Dear guests, dear colleagues, dear friends, I am happy to start the 5th annual conference on Serbian Energy Law Association. Drage dame I gospodo, na ovu našu konferenciju, dragi gosti, dragi kolege, mi bismo da počnemo. First of all, I would like to invite Dr. Vicente Lopez Ibormaer, who is the president of EFELA, European Federation of Energy Law Association, who is member, to say hello to our guest and to show the importance of energy law, not only here in Serbia, where we are here present, how it is important more while here in Europe. Vicente, please, the floor is yours. Vicente is available on website here in Madrid, in Spain.
Hello, good morning. Good morning, Branislava. Good morning, all of you from Madrid, distinguished authorities, academicians, practitioners of energy law, experts from different fields of the energy and the industry, distinguished authorities from the Chamber of Serbian Chamber of that once again you provide this fantastic scenario to organize and to develop this conference that I would say is a regular summit throughout Europe on an annual basis. It's a great pleasure to be with all of you, and thank you very much for your invitation. I really miss and be not being able to be there with you as in other occasions in Belgrade, attending that meeting personally and enjoying the exchange with all of you. But I'm pretty sure that in a short period of time, I will be with you again, and we will enjoy to participate and to exchange all together at the same time. Well, this year, 2022, is not been an easy year. COVID has been followed by an unforeseen and cruel war on European land, with a serious breakdown of international order, economic stability, and energy security. The European Union, and I should say so in my capacity of President of EFELA, that is a European Union organization, is European Union in a large meaning. The European Union adopted 7 economic packages, many of them on energy, and has issues soft law, communications, resolutions, council declarations, and regulations. In this case, is not soft law, but is a would say hard law on security, price, climate, and energy markets. It has also set up a regional coordination group to overcome energy shortages and a platform for the centralization of gas purchases with numerous international suppliers, from the United States to Qatar and many other energy producing nations. It has also advocated not postponing, but accelerating the energy transition and developed new legislative proposals under Fit 55 on natural gas, renewable gas, and green hydrogen. I would say, in order to very much summarize, that during this period of time, most of our countries has been obliged to take into account 2 main actions. From one side, as a whole, to substitute, or in other words, to compensate for reduced fossil fuel imports from Russia by temporarily ramping up coal-fired energy generation and sourcing liquefied natural gas from other parts of the world, as I mentioned a few seconds ago. And the second action, it has been, and it should be, it is a must, the decarbonization. So energy efficiency and speed up the deployment of renewable energies and ancillary low carbon technologies, including lastly, green hydrogen, solar power, and heat pumps. I would also like to underline that recently, in the last Council of the European Union in October, 20th and 21st of October, the European Council and the Commission fix some proposals that now contribute also some kind of a guidelines for action in different fields of the energy markets and sector. From one side, as I already mentioned, the voluntary joint purchasing of gas, a new complementary benchmark by early 2023 that more accurately reflects conditions on the functioning gas markets, what they call, or the so-called, a temporary dynamic price corridor on natural gas transactions, a temporary union framework to cap the price of in electricity generation is still under discussion today in Brussels. Improvements in the energy market that is suffering and needs an urgent reform, from my opinion, but of course keep in mind the principles of transparency and effective. The fast tracking of the simplification of permitting procedures in order to accelerate the rollout of renewables and grids, including some emerging measures on the basis of Article 122 of the Treaty of Functioning of the European Union. And in fact, it has been adopted the 15th of November of this very year, so yesterday, a proposal for a council regulation laying down a framework to accelerate the development of renewable energy. In other words, the draft regulation for permitting and the increasing efforts once again for saving energy, among other measures and things. In the framework of EFELA actions, we have developed during this year a new annual Congress with the presence of the European Commissioner of Energy and Climate, some European energy ministers, former members of the European Court of Justice, and we have the honor that now they are active members of EFELA, and we have contributed with our legal expertise to some texts and proposals that has been, some of them have already been published. As we did during the COVID period, we have not stopped working in favor of the new energy law throughout Europe, but on the contrary, we have continued trying to analyze and connect energy tension and trying to underline how important energy law is in this very moment of Europe as an advancing and fixing the regulatory and solidity of the energy law in favor of the objectives to decarbonize our economies. In a way, this hard and difficult year has once again underlined the permanent energy trilemma: security of supply, prices, markets, and sustainability. Security of supply has experienced critical moments, and we hope not to live through a winter of discontent. Energy prices have reached undesirable historical highs due to the lack of reaction from centralized markets to the international gas prices that has achieved a record. The clean energy package, and this is very inconvenient, it has been not transport in many legal domestic frameworks, which clearly harms the new activities of self-consumption, energy storage, and energy communities in their different modalities, clear assets, new local market, and distributed generation that should be moving much faster for the benefits of the consumers, final consumers, and citizens. Well, I don't want to extend more in these introductory remarks. I would very much like to thank once again my close friend, Branislava Lepotic-Kovacevic, president of UPES, the Serbian Energy Law Association, for the brilliant work that she is developing constantly, not only in your association, but at a European scale, participating very actively in the FELA meetings and participated in her quality as observer member in our executive committee. I would also like to ask her once sure that she would be extraordinary on that, to extend the participation of the energy law in the regional area to other countries, and to bring together to FELA this very important and massive know-how that you have in this region of Europe about the energy law skills and capacities. Energy law is, we are all aware of it, a key in the European legal order, in the European legal system, is a key piece. Many things pass throughout the energy legal system. And on that context, the work that is doing FELA is of great importance. And the work that is doing through our national associations is really a highlight. So I would very much like that your discussion, also mention another thing. At the end of January, I think it's the 24th, we are going to participate in a 150th anniversary of the ILA, the International Law Association. It would be a very important conference. And we are going to participate in order to recognize also the significance of the internationalization of the energy law that has been underpinned through the different international legal instruments in different specific facets of energy, environmental, trade, and some other areas. So we are going to enjoy a very interesting discussion. So you are all invited to this discussion at the beginning of the next year. So I was reading with full attention the program that you are organizing these 2 sessions. I think is an excellent program. Congratulations once again to all of you. And I do hope you very much conclude with a very fruitful analysis, changes. And once again, on behalf of FELA, congratulations for your and thank you very much for inviting me on behalf of all of them to this conference. Thank you.
Thank you for nice words. Thank you for support. Thank you for possibility to cooperate with FELA and all its members. It is really not equal cooperation. And also personally, thank you to you, Vicente, for your energy. Always give us to continue in this hard, if I said efforts, to work and to speak with all people and invite more of them and popularize energy law and explain its importance. Thank you, Vicente. And I will continue. Again, dear colleagues and guests, thank you for time to join 5th Annual Conference of the Serbian Energy Law Association. It marks 5 years of efforts to promote the energy law, as I said, and this not only energy law, but and deepen cooperation with European counterparts. I have to say that our association is now an integral part of energy law practice, not only formal cooperation, and colleagues from across Europe take time and efforts to participate in our efforts. And I have to say, this morning, Dr. Alexander Dedinis took a drive from Skopje to join this conference solely because he considers the topic and timing of this discussion to be relevant. Thank you, Alexander. I also had an option to join via internet, that we strongly suggest him to be here with us in person, and he makes this effort. And with a good reason. He's here to tell us plain and clear that the legal framework we had created for the industry in DOT is not perfect. Thank you, Alexander. Listen your words. And we continue our aim to expand cooperation association from the industry. The energy society, district heating, thermal society, electricity distribution society, CIRED, and farming are all associated with us by formal cooperation agreements, share knowledge with them. Our association is member of National Petroleum Committee of Serbia, who is a member of World Petroleum Committee. Today, we're going to formalize ongoing cooperation with National Committee of SIGURNOST. Nebojša Petrović is here, and he will soon say some words about that. I very much hope he's also going to find useful that what Anna and Foke from NEÇE are going to present later today. We are delighted to provide floor to Dr. Su-Yong Hwang, lawyer from the United Nations and active member of the team that delivered UN General Assembly resolution that declares across to clean and universal human right. That changed context of doing in the energy law, and presentation is relevant for entire Europe in more than one way. And also from London here arrived Mr. Graham Coop, explain us challenges which are facing to Energy Charter Treaty, which is very important and interesting issue for energy world. We failed to persuade our friend Dirk to be here with us this year, even that we understand pressures from events in Ukraine. Looking forward to his presentation, and the other one, Rosetta Karova, our friend who already arrived from Vienna to be with us from Secretariat, which are to be available as always. Also with us is our friend and member of our board, Mira Todorovic, who also take efforts to arrive here from Greece to explain what happened there. The Economist of London published massive analysis warning that high fuel prices put Europeans then fighting in Ukraine. It is further demonstration how energy law. We experienced the problem in this now, and we know that beyond business and commercial cases, our operation also serves the public. And also there is amazingly important topic, security of supply of energy. And we are here with Gligo Vukovic, who will, from European delegation from Serbia, who will explain a view on Europe to this topic. And also, I would like, as I said, to invite Mr. Nebojša, President of National of SIGRE, to say a few words before we signed here in front of you our memorandum of cooperation, and show how strength it will be that cooperation between professionals. Please, Nebojša, take the floor.
Hvala veliko. Čast mi je zadovoljstvo da budem danas sa vama značajnim i lepim povodom potpisivanja memoranduma o saradnji između UPRES-a i Komiteta SIGRE Srbija. Kada se govori o energetici, uobičajeno smo i odnosimo da je to od prošle godine i Zakon o korišćenju obnovljivih izvora i to u osnovi jeste, ali samo delimično tako, zato što pored svih stvari koje su vezane za energetiku imamo izuzetno važne stvari uz okviru zakonskih obveza, legislativa za izgradnju, kao što su Zakon o planiranju izgradnji, sredine i svih pratećih podzakonskih i drugih povezanih stvari, razmatra i u okviru tržišta oblasti kojima se direktno i SIGRA kao svetska organizacija bavi i Nacionalni komitet SIGRE Srbije, takođe tehničke performanse zaštite životne sredine, takođe razvoja i svi aspekti izgradnje koji uključuju i način i dobijanje dozvola, pa i odnosi tako da značaj buduće saradnje koja je već postojala zato što smo bili gosti i pomagali organizaciji međusobno skupova i UPES i SIGRA međusobno ovim zvaničnim memorandumom o saradnji. Ja bih samo još dodao preko organizaciji, osnovana je kao međunarodni savez 1921. godine u Parizu, pre 100 godina. Osnovni motiv i zadatak zašto je osnovana, zato što su ne samo između država, nego i unutar samih država delovi elektroenergetskog sistema i električne mreže. Naravno, ona je evoluirala. Što se tiče ovih prostora, osnovana je u bivšoj Jugoslaviji 1951. godine, tako da na ovim prostorima SIGRA radi više od 70 godina. Obavezno je svake parne godine je svetska konferencija u Parizu, neparne godine se održavaju nacionalne konferencije, simpozijumi i tako dalje, kolokvijumi. I ono što je veoma važno da zbog svih ovih promena u elektroenergetskom sektoru, pored tog fokusa na velike električne mreže i proizvodnju električne energije, proširen od tih najviših naponskih nivoa i generacije velike snage, znači od nekih kilovati kao sad referentno najvišeg u svetu, bilo neizmeničnog napona, bilo jednosmernog, do i mikromreža, novije end-to-end, praktično svi aspekti elektroenergetskog sistema, uključujući i sve relevantne stvari koje su vezane u zakonskim propisima, osnova koja može da omogući razvoj elektroenergetskog sistema. Hvala na pozivu i hvala na već uspostavljenje međusobne saradnje svim kolegama i kolegama. Dame i gospodo, bilo mi je zadovoljstvo da vam se obratim. Hvala.
Hvala. Sada ćemo da potpišemo ovaj naš memorandum. Thank you, Nebojša. We are going to sign our memorandum. It is a little surprise for you if we didn't mention this in our, but I know that it is always important and happy to all of you this way of professional cooperation. Čestitam međusobno na svemu.
Hvala.
Evo.
Još jedan put, dame i gospodo, želim vam uspješan rad. Drago mi je što sam mogao da budem na otvaranju ovog skupa. Prijatno.
Hvala. Hvala svima. A sada ćemo da počnemo sa prvom sesijom. Ja pozivam našu moderator Sandru Petrović i pozivam i naše panelisti prve sesije da dođu i da zauzmu svoja mesta. Now we are continuing with our first session. I invited our moderator, Alexandra Petrovic, and our panelists to sing, and I wish them distinguished work. Yeah.
Thank you, Brani, and thank you all also on my behalf for joining the 5th Annual Conference of the Energy Law Association of Serbia. Ms. Alexandra Petrovic. I'm an attorney at law in the Energy Department of Schonher Law Firm in Belgrade, and I will be moderating this session 1. We will be the topic of the rule of law and the security of energy supply. Before we dig deeper into the topic, just a couple of housekeeping notes. So in this session, we will have 2 speakers who will be joining us online. That will be Mr. Dirk Buschler and Ms. So-Young Wang. Upon these presentations, this present here in the room with me will contestant Mr. Gleba Vukovic, Mr. Aleksandar Dedinec, Mr. Predrag Bijelić, and Ms. Mira Todorovic. After we will have quick Q&A session, upon which my colleague, Anđelka Todorovic, will provide us with a wrap-up session in form of the lessons learned. I think we can proceed now. Let me introduce our keynote speaker, Mr. Dirk Buschler, director and legal counsel at ECURITY. Dirk will tell us more about the European energy crisis and the role of the energy utilities in the member states of the energy. Dirk, please go ahead. You have our attention.
Hello and good morning, everybody. I hope you can hear me well, and I very much regret of not being able to be with you in Belgrade. That's understood. I must say that Branislava was very convincing, and yet I couldn't make it for the second time already. Before it was COVID, and this time, as you all know and hopefully also understand, the actions and the developments have become even more hectic and intense in an energy community that is being subject to aggression, and that stands in solidarity to its eastern members, in particular Ukraine and Moldova. These days they're going through an amazingly hard time. It's a horrible period where we have to do everything we can to support them, and that's essentially something that's been changing also the way the energy community is working, much more intense, much more on the spot, and being responsive to developments and trying to provide any support from donations to the Ukraine energy system, to financial support, to advise on how operators and market participants can deal with the one bad news coming in after the other. So that's why I have to stay put here in Vienna at the headquarters. But nevertheless, I will be very happy to engage in a discussion with you today which is on a development and on a phenomenon that has hit not only in the context of the Ukrainian or the Russian war against Ukraine, but already previously the entire energy community and the entire European Union. So that's something that we have in common. Unfortunately, all countries in Europe have to find ways on how to deal with the very high energy prices, Serbia included. And what I would like to do for the sake of this great conference is maybe to start on a more macro level, describing on how the energy crisis affects countries like Serbia, and then zoom in to those who are most concerned. That's the consumers on the one hand, but what I would like to focus on is the utilities, which are in the center of this crisis, both as being concerned, but as actors, and maybe even more so as potentially proactive actors in the future as well. So if I may start, the diagnosis, I believe, is well known to all of us. We are exposed to unusual high prices for imported electricity. That was 1 billion alone in 2022. And what makes this high prices so unbearable is the fact that we have almost no possibility or very limited possibilities, in particular in the contracting parties of the energy community, in particular in the Western Balkans, of passing on those costs to customers because of the relatively low regulated retail prices. And that puts pressure on the utilities such as EPS in Serbia and others across the region. Now, the results and the macroeconomic impact is also clear to all of us. There's everything that starts or could start from social problems, which again has very intense political repercussions, but also could lead to bankruptcy, not only of consumers, but eventually even of utilities. And again, for the entire economy, that results in an extremely high inflation rate and slows down the economic growth, if not even lead to recession. Serbia is particularly exposed to that, and Serbia is a country which indeed is not, and that is no difference from other neighbors in the region, is maybe not best prepared for such a crisis, because the concentration of the market, the concentration around a few players was so high that the impact is essentially focusing on them. And the crisis is an event that exposes the weaknesses in this system, which is essentially based on state-owned undertakings playing the key and the dominant role in organizing, in operating the markets. Now, maybe just to give you a brief explanation of what the energy community can and is doing in this event, and I'm not going to go into details because you have colleagues from NEÇE covering that in more detailed aspects, and we have been very closely working with Foke and Anna in particular on designing a package, a market integration package, which will allow countries like Serbia to fully integrate into the European electricity system and markets. That is something where the energy community has been working on, but not been very successfully, to be honest, over decades already. Now, with a package consisting of network codes, market and system codes, of the ACER regulation, of the electricity regulation, and also a tailor-made piece of legislation which will allow reciprocity, as we call it. This phase of not being fully integrated or being fully integrated only on paper but never in reality, not participating in market coupling, not participating in all other regional setups, facilitating and also allowing to make welfare gains in the power sector will come to an end. That's very positive news, I believe, and we hope that this package will be adopted in December, including by Serbia. There's another important aspect relating to the network we have in Serbia and also all countries which were formerly part of Yugoslavia, a particularly well-established network, but it is underused. It is also underused by the Serbian operator, I have to say. The famous 70% rule in the electricity regulation will hopefully allow us also to maximize the existing network facilities for the utmost use of international, cross-border trade. I'm coming back to the main issue that we're facing and that is being exposed by the crisis, that is the low retail prices, high import prices, just to recall, on the upper end of the whole supply and production chain, and then low prices on the retail end of that chain. Is essentially what's creating the problem, and this is, I think, an overview that's very well known to you. How much room there still is to adapt the prices and the price level, and to what extent this room has not been used in the past, but may have to be used further as we go forward. Now, we also monitor and observe a number of measures, a number of interventions being decided by countries, governments, in their reaction to this crisis. Some of the countries have declared a state of emergency, so it is a serious concern to the highest level of the state leadership, as we all know. And the measures are not so different from what's being discussed and being done in the European Union as well. We have sometimes caps on gas prices. We have the obligation on utilities to purchase electricity from utilities to purchase electricity not on an open market anymore, but within the national supply chains, within the national setups, in order to satisfy what is being called universal supply, and also the procurement of losses energy. We have caps, price caps in general, both on wholesale and on retail level. There's a lot of financial compensation now. Again, that's something that is not making, or that's not different from what's happening in the European Union. And the retail price caps, which essentially amount to a subsidization of final customers, is a legacy that we have already been taken along with us for a long time. This results all in a less than optimal situation. On the one hand, massive subsidization. On the other hand, also in a deformation of what remained, at least before the crisis, of something similar to an open market. Many alternative suppliers had to give up as a consequence of this combination of different measures being taken. So the monopolization, the high dominance of those who have been charged and who have been tasked, and not always with their own consent and not always in their own interest, with taking care of this crisis, and that's our utilities, has grown. That's something I think we'll have to review. At some point, the crisis is over. We are reviewing this constantly, as long as these public service obligations, which is the energy community lingo, or the European law lingo for market interventions, as long as they are designed in a temporary manner, as long as they are proportionate to fulfilling the requirements or to help improving and maintaining security of supply and affordability. That is something that our directives allow for. We all know that. Also, subsidization is not necessarily something that's being prohibited by the state aid rules. But of course, there are instances, thanks God, not too many instances, where the state actions are probably to be considered excessive. I believe that the point in time where we have to take stock of what's been taken and to have to take stock of the impact of the measures taken on the market on a more permanent level is yet to come. For now, we clearly understand also here in our role as a guardian of the Energy Community Treaty that the focus is on the governments. They have to deal with these crises and that they have a certain margin of discretion in doing that. But the margin should not be used to create facts on the ground that are difficult later to be removed, and that will prevent us from pursuing the overall goal of creating liquid, transparent, and competitive markets. Now, in reviewing not only the measures taken in response to the crisis, but the measures that have been introduced a long time ago, maybe even before the creation of the energy community, even before the creation of the Republic of Serbia, are also a central or deserve a special attention in the context of this crisis. This is what I call exposure. It is, on the one hand, it's quite obvious that reducing demand, saving energy is the best way to respond to a crisis which consists in very high energy prices. So if we can save energy as much as possible, that would be the best way out of the crisis, or at least mitigating the crisis. Countries like Serbia are doing what they can as well, and it is definitely and also it makes an impact, and I think it has developed a real world impact also in responding to the crisis, the recommendation being given by the Serbian government, for instance. However, at some point, the elephant in the room needs to be addressed, and that elephant is the low level of retail prices because of the lack of any incentive to save energy, or at least a very low incentive to save energy if the prices remain on that level. And of course, other good pieces of advice that we have been sharing ever since the existence of the energy community, namely to separate social protection from the energy retail price design scheme, and to focus the support to poor and vulnerable customers is now more important than ever. And I think if we go back to reviewing all the measures that have been in place, all the measures that have been taken in the context of this crisis by regulators and governments alike, then looking much harder into what can be done to give customers that incentive to save energy and to make sure that protection in the first place and to the utmost extent possible focuses on a very well-defined concept of poor or vulnerable customers will take center stage in that review. Now, I would like, as announced, to zoom a bit into those who are mostly affected by the crisis. That's the utilities. We have seen that their financial situation is essentially has not only been affected by the gap between the import prices. There are certain exemptions in the energy community. We all know that Bosnia and Herzegovina has been rather going well through this crisis because of an abundance of coal-based electricity production. Others who have been or who have become import dependent and their utilities suffer losses. And maybe already to discuss one of the essential measures that are being implemented now on European level, the inframarginal price caps, or in other words, to cut or cap the windfall profits to be made by the producers based on these fuels. Others call it clawback measures. They don't really apply in the energy community because there is just no windfall profit to be made, or there's not many players where you could identify a windfall profit. So that's one path that probably doesn't make too much sense to follow through in the energy community, at least in the Western Balkans. Even Bosnia and Herzegovina, where utilities are doing well, uses windfall profits already extensively to support customers. So there's not much to be gained here. And in this situation where losses have become a fact, and there's very little under the current market design and the price design that can be done about it, the utilities do rely on external budget support being made available by external actors, donors, international organizations, as well. Support that either goes directly to the state budget or even more directly to the budget of the utilities. We all have been following President von der Leyen's visit to the region these last few weeks. She announced a 1 billion support mechanism tackling the energy crisis, of which Serbia in the immediate will receive 165 million. There's also loans by EBRD to the utility, to EPS, to tackle the short-term liquidity crisis. As I mentioned, I think a few times already, the root of the problem is not the crisis itself. The root of the problem is the bad preparation, or the fact that we are not well prepared to deal with such a price surge. And it has also put under a lot of strains the utilities. They haven't been able to invest in new generation. So that's something that all across the Balkans is now being discovered. It was evident, I think, to everybody, but it needs a crisis to expose the situation that we have wasted decades in not investing in new generation, that the existing power plant fleet is essentially at the end of its lifetime, that even the fuel on which we pretended to rely on and which we thought would be the backbone of national supply security is coming to an end as well. Think of North Macedonia, but also in Serbia, the bad quality of lignite has been one of the root causes of the immediate problems that were witnessed and experienced during last winter. And of course, utilities also, as a result of all these constellations, especially their lack of profitability, have or experience and are also at the root of a lack of diversification. So the reliance on two main sources of fuel, lignite and water being affected by climate change and by droughts, lignite by bad quality and by old power plants, constitutes a cluster risk, and this cluster risk is essentially manifesting itself now during the crisis. And we all know that when talking about utilities like EPS, we are not only talking about companies, but these are systemic relevant companies, very similar to the banks that have been bailed out during the financial crisis back in 2008. Too big to fail, because if they fail, there's a very high risk that they drag a lot of economies down as well, and that's what we need avoid. And what I would like to put to your discussion when it comes to how to tackle this crisis and how utilities could and should respond to the crisis right now, we already discussed the lack of liquidity, and that's essentially something not only caused by the price crisis, by the price surge, but also by the price design. That's not for the utilities to influence in the first place. So we leave that aside. But the lack of diversification is something that they could or should definitely deal with more urgency right now. What we see when we look around Europe and the world is that utilities essentially all have put to themselves their own targets and develop their own plans on how to diversify, on how to avoid what I call the cluster risk. This is partially to be seen in the context of decarbonization, in the context of the Paris Agreement, in the context also of the targets that we are about to adopt in the energy community, but it is also just a good way of, and a diligent way of doing business. So I think it's high time that companies, just as much as states and other public authorities, adopt their own strategies. And that is something that also needs to respond to the increasing of importance of sustainable finance, the increasing importance for bank and other investors to invest in ESG investments. So environmental, social, and governance focus, which again is something that our utilities are not really well prepared to respond to. In the context of diversification, I think an interesting question is, and that's to be answered by not only the utilities, but again by the policy makers, is if we are all in agreement, and I think that's what we all are. I was in Belgrade last week for an important and very interesting conference on renewable energy, which united all Western Balkans. So if we are in agreement that renewables are the future, to which extent we will rely for designing this future on private investments, auctions for support schemes, etc., or are we relying and are we taking along, or even maybe giving a lead role to the public utilities also in entering into partnerships or doing it on their own resources in investing in renewable projects? I think this is an important question, not only for the utilities. So to what extent is EPS expected to be a trailblazer, or rather a follower of the trend? It's also an important question for private investors, because they will see what is their role and how much capacity will be available for them to invest in. So that needs to be answered as well. A carbon price is lacking not only on the macro level in the Western Balkans. So not only do we not have an ETS in the energy community yet, we're working towards that. We don't have other significant carbon prices in the energy community either. But that doesn't prevent a company, a corporation, as we have seen in companies in Bosnia and Herzegovina, for instance, to put their own carbon price, to develop their own carbon pricing system and put aside revenues, virtual revenues to be made if that carbon price would apply for investments in green projects, for instance. So that is definitely something we can only recommend and are happy to support in the energy community as well. Another aspect worth discussing is how much will this exposure of utilities from a lack of diversification make them exposed also towards lawsuits, something that we have seen in many jurisdictions, also against public utilities. I think it is only a matter of time until this will also hit the Balkan region. And maybe one last point, and that would be the deficiencies in corporate governance. All the support that's being granted, be it loans, be it grants, I think should, and I also believe will, come with an urgent call and even conditions on improving the corporate governance of utilities like EPS, because let's face it, many of those are not in a good shape. In the energy community, we have been touching on these issues only through what we call unbundling, but that is really only scratching the surface. There is much more below that surface. We are aware of the ongoing discussion for EPS, whether and when it should be corporatized. This is not about privatization. This is just a way to improve the corporate governance also for state-owned undertakings. And what would be extremely important is that a focus is on appropriate risk management and also good and robust internal controls and audits in the companies, because the risk management, the risk awareness, the risk hedging is precisely what has brought utilities in the situation that they are in. This also would include more transparency, so also disclosure of risks, and I think it also will and should relate to the corporate structures. What is missing in many utilities is a truly independent supervisory body, like a supervisory board, which could correct the management, which sometimes is especially in special crisis, is in some kind of tunnel vision and needs an external body to check the facts and check the assumptions and also the actions that are being taken by the management. And maybe one last point, which I find important, is to also define very clear responsibility for the management. We all know that utilities are being governed rather as an extension of politics than as true for-profit and business-making entities. By defining a clear corporate responsibility, a management responsibility, including personal responsibility, probably we could have already incentivized in the past more prudent, but also more proactive management engagement when it comes to the issues that we have been discussing, anything from diversification, to investment, to better being prepared to risks such as high prices materializing. And I hope that these issues can be discussed not only in our event today, but also going forward in other fora. And I would stop here and once again thank to all of you, Alexander for the panel and Branislava for the great event. Maybe on a side note, which doesn't relate to utilities or energy crisis at all, we have now also established a law association in Austria, and will be reaching out to UPS to intensify a cooperation, because I think that's something that you're doing, providing platforms for discussing these important issues where we can all learn from, including here in Vienna. Thanks so much, and I do do hope we can have a fruitful discussion in the course of this.
Very much, Derek. Thank you for your insightful, very critical issue. Mindful of now and the time with the other speaker, I would suggest the fact that you need to disconnect for your prior commitments. I would suggest in case of any questions addresses you via email to the office email if you have it at the bottom of your agenda. So I'm sure that Dirk will be happy to respond to any question.
With pleasure. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Let us continue now with our next speaker, the invited speaker, and that is Mr. Yang Huang, who is a legal officer with the United Nations Environment Program. Ms. Yang will present to us the historic resolution of the United Nations General Assembly on the environment and human rights. So Yang, I hope we have you online, that you can hear us.
I'm
and
here.
see us. Hello.
Hi, everyone.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the kind introduction, and I hope you can see me and hear me. And I'm very, very pleased to participate, even if it's remote day. Warm greetings from Nairobi, and very happy to be here. Could someone help me to get the PowerPoint presentation up, please? Oh, no, I actually got it here. Sorry. Okay. Okay, so hopefully that you can see my screen. Okay, great. So thanks so much for having me here. And today I'm going to be introducing the evolution of the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, leading up to the GA resolution that recognized the right to a clean and sustainable environment in July 2022 this year. And I'm really glad that the association is chosen this topic to actually shed light on this. So first, I will talk about why human rights is why we're talking about human rights issues in environmental matters, and what is the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is, and what does this GA resolution 76/300 mean for us, and also the impacts of the resolution since the adoption of it, and what is the next steps that we're going towards in implementation of the right, and also the catalytic effects of the resolution. So first of all, why do we talk about human rights issues in environmental matters? And of course, why UNEP, where I work at, is talking about human rights, is when we're talking about the environment. First is it's because of inseparable interlinkages between human rights and the environment, such as a lot of environmental issues, environmental degradation is affecting human rights. And the UN High Commissioner called it as one of the greatest challenges for human rights is climate change. So for instance, climate change is having an impact on negative impacts on the right to life, right to food, and right to water and sanitation, and the right to housing. And including also the impacts on the rights of indigenous peoples, women, children, and a lot of people who are marginalized and they're living in a vulnerable situation against environmental degradation. So it's really the internet that is speaking to actually look at these two issues together. And second is because it's mutually reinforcing. As we protect the environment, we also protect human rights, and vice versa. So it's a mutually reinforcing mutually reinforcing two areas in the implementation of human rights. International human rights so is important for the implementation of international environmental treaties and there was also practical reason, like there are practical evidences that rights are protected effectively when the environment is protected more effectively when the right is protected, such as through the providing information to public on environment, and also guaranteeing the right to participation in decision-making, and also providing remedies when their rights are when people's rights are affected by environmental matters. And also we have evidences that actually taking a right environmental issues leads to better outcomes. And it also promotes synergies between different MEAs and also different laws and environmental laws. And it promotes the effective implementation of both laws and also the commitments. And lastly, it's not just moral and just reasons, it is also mandate. It's rooted in the UN Charter, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, that all rights are interlinked and that they're inseparable. And also human rights treaties are increasingly addressing environmental issues. And also environmental agreements such as a Paris Agreement is the first international environmental agreement that refers to human rights explicitly. So there's a lot of mandate and legal obligations that's coming from the international treaties, but also the resolutions of UN Environment Assembly, Human Rights, and also the UN General Assembly. So what is the right to a healthy environment? So it is rooted in the 1992 Stockholm Declaration. So it has a long history. So we often say this right has been in the making process for the last 50 years. And we're extremely happy that actually it's recognized. Since 1972, the right appeared in the Constitution of Portugal in 1976 for the first time. Now it is recognized by 80% of UN member states, the regional and the at the national and regional levels. And there's a positive for the last 50 years that we accumulated positive evidence about the implementation of the right to the environment from the national and regional experiences. Up until last year, recently, the recognition was only at the national and the regional levels. And there's no global recognition and global agreement about what the right is and how the states are committed to the implementation of the right. And the historical, the mandate came, the historical recognition came just this July 2022 through the adoption of the UNGA Resolution 76/300. And it was led by 5 countries: Costa Rica, Slovenia, Maldives, Morocco, Slovenia, and Switzerland. And it had a wide support from the UN entities and CSOs and national human rights institutions, and including over 50 global business. So the process was something that we don't see every day. And the right itself was, the UN does not recognize a new right every day. So it was a very historical one, following the recognition of the right to water in 2010. And then also this had a wide support from all parts of the society. And the voting record was also impressive. The total of 169 countries voted, and 161 voted in favor, and 8 abstained, and 0 against. So compared to other resolutions such as the right to water, which recognized the new right 12 years ago, still the record itself is also much better modeled. It's a reflection of how environmental issues are a key issue for the globe on the global level, and also human rights is an important issue for the world. Then what does that GA resolution mean? Like, why do we need this? Why did we need the GA resolution when 80% of the UN member states recognize the right at the national and the regional levels? One is a universality. So human rights is a universal for everybody. But when you recognize the right only at the national and the regional levels, there's no universality and there's no agreement on this. So the GA resolution recognizes the right and saying that everyone is entitled, everyone, no matter where you live, you are entitled to live in the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. And it expected outcome is also like it will provide greater protection, especially for those who are in vulnerable situations, because a fundamental human rights is about non-discrimination and equality, and it does protect people who are in a more vulnerable situations, so such as women, children, environmental human defenders. We believe that this will provide greater protection from environmental degradation for everybody, but also especially for those who are in vulnerable situations. And this resolution is a merge between the human rights and the environment, and we really hope that this will have an impact for both having an integrated approach to environmental protection and human rights protection at the same time, and serves for healthy people and a healthy planet at the same time. Because it's not always that you see environmental protection, environmental projects actually promote human rights or protect human rights. Sometimes it works in a contradicting way, but this resolution is integrating both and hopefully this will be promoting more coherent and also effective and synergic implementation on the ground level. And so I mentioned, additional impacts of this recognition resolution is everybody's right everywhere to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, but it also sets out a clear accountability. So a lot of environmental agreements, there's accountability and compliance mechanism, but it can be, compared to the human rights mechanisms, it can be weaker or relatively loose. So, but then this resolution also bringing together in human rights mechanisms, which has a strong accountability mechanism, can actually have a better and a clearer accountability for the rights violation, and also in the promotion of the right. And also it will empower rights holders such as citizens and CSO, civil society organizations, and everyone else who are the rights holders empowered by this resolution and able to claim that I have a right to a healthy environment, and I claim my right. I am exercising my right to receive information and to participate in the environmental decision making, and also exercise my right to remedy when my right is violated. So as I mentioned, there's an integration of human rights in the environmental matters and the environmental agreements, and also works both ways. So we've seen the integration of human rights agreements, such as Paris Agreement, but it's also happening with other areas. So we're right now, the states are negotiating the global biodiversity framework, which will be hopefully adopted in December in Montreal. So even in that draft agreement, draft framework, it has a reference to human rights and also the protections for human rights and the women and gender issues. So it shows also the GA resolution is really providing momentum to the environmental agreement and negotiations. And it also shows the integration of environmental issues in human rights system and human rights mechanisms. And one example that I can give is human rights, which oversees national and political rights. They recently, a few years back, 2 years ago, they adopted general comment on the to life, and they actually recognize that inaction for climate change can constitute a violation of right to life. So which shows that the climate issues and environmental issues are usually integrated into the human rights areas. And also recently, just last month, the Committee on the Elimination of Violence Against Women, they adopted a general document which recognizes the right to health environment of Indigenous women and girls. And in that talk about what kind of obligations states have to guarantee the right to healthy environment of Indigenous women and girls, and what obligations and what implementation plans that they need to have. So a lot of things are being with the GA resolution and on the integration of the human rights in the environment. Lots of things are happening and being having ripple effects in a lot of areas. And we'll finish this presentation by introducing some ongoing discussions. So the further impacts of the resolution that we are expecting is its impacts on the regional access rights agreement, such as AUS Convention, as well as the ESCASU agreement of the LAC countries. And also there's discussion in some parts of Asia that they want to actually adopt something similar to access right to right to information, participation, and access to remedies. So it's going to have a lot more impacts on that, and also publishing and publishing the articles related to healthy environment, such as the AUS Conventions Article 1 and Article the agreement, which refers to the rate.
I'm sorry for interrupting. Could I just please ask you to wrap it up? I'm sorry for this, but we need to be mindful of the time and the,
Yes,
yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the EU policies on due diligence and additional protocols on the European Convention on Human Rights. So we're expecting a lot of things are happening, and then the GA resolution is having impact, and we've already seen it, and we expect more to happen in the coming months and the years. So here I will wrap up my presentation, and thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much once again. So young, truly a landmark resolution of the Assembly, and I think we can note that clean energy is a universal human right, which is now finally recognized by the General Assembly. Again, I need to state that we need to be mindful of the time and the presentations that we have left yet to hear. So I would again ask the audience that in case of any questions, please direct them via email to the Serbian Energy Law Association, and we will make sure that So-Young addresses them and give you her responses. So-Young, once again, thank you on my behalf and everyone present here. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Okay, we can proceed now with the presentation of Mr. Gligo Vukovic, who we have present here on my right-hand side. Gligo Vukovic is the project manager at the EU delegation to the Republic of Serbia and a chapter desk officer for energy. Mr. Vukovic will introduce us to Repower EU plan of the European Commission and hopefully give some insight on how Serbia is positioned in this context of the security of energy supply. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let me greet you on behalf of EU delegation to the Republic of Serbia. Also, thank you for inviting me to participate at this conference on such an important issue as security of energy supply is, especially at the moment. We are witnessing today an energy crisis that affects our everyday. Most probably, we are not in the middle of that crisis. We are at the very beginning of that crisis. It will last. And that is exactly the reason why the European Commission proposed and adopted several measures to tackle this crisis. I will briefly go through some of these measures proposed. As you can see, in March 2022, the EU leaders agreed about the European Council to phase out European dependency on Russian energy import, and the Repower EU mechanism has been established. Repower EU mechanism is about reducing dependence on Russian fossil fuels in EU countries. It is also about clean energy transition, so from fossil fuel to more green energy, and it is about making us more resilient energy system in order to cope with this crisis. In order to achieve this, the three main activities are proposed. So the easiest one and most efficient one, most straightforward one is save the energy. We think that this is most related to the gas, but also other sources of energy. And we think that it is relatively easy to save some 15% of annual gas consumption in Europe without any big influence on our comfort and everyday life. In addition to this, we have to diversify energy sources and routes. It's very important not to have any in the current and the existing supply. The third issue is the clean energy transition. It is important to understand that that in some short term will be maybe forced to use more fossil fuels, as my predecessor said, Mr. Vušle, for some short period of time. But in the long run, this crisis will push further, will accelerate the use of renewables. Why renewables? It's very important to understand all renewables are usually almost 100% domestic source. Make every country independent from import. For all of this, it will be very important to have smart investments, particularly in the infrastructure, in interconnections, as well as in LNG infrastructure, gas infrastructure, and other type facilities. Also, one of the bottlenecks to be resolved in all this is to how can we accelerate the implementation of the project, and it should be done by more efficient permitting. So a lot of things to be done in coming years. So on this slide, you can see how challenging this was. This is the timeline of activities we had from the end of past year and beginning of this year. So in March, we already outlined the Recovery EU mechanism in Europe. In July 2022, the Commission already proposed on coordinated demand and the reduction of how to save the gas. And already in June, the gas storage, new gas storage regulation. In September 2022, some regulation was already adopted. So it is a challenging process. Is a big and it takes time. It's not easy, but we have to adapt, and we will finally, for sure, resolve all the issue. So the goals in Green Deal will not be changed by this, by implementation of the Recovery EU mechanism. Measures such as Fit for 55 proposals are without any modification, as well as climate neutrality target by 2050. This will not be affected. Of course, we are aware of the differences between countries in the region. All our sanction packages in recent months, we always had some exemptions. Mainly, it was related to the which are landlocked, but there are also other countries. So this is one important step in somehow adapt to the existing situation in ground. So by Recover EU mechanism, the EU energy platform has been established. EU energy platform is the platform for, it is voluntary platform. It is important to so through this platform, it will be enabled to execute the common purchase of gas, LNG, and hydrogen. It is also it is proposed for the European countries, to other countries, including Southeast Europe. So there was a first meeting, and the first meeting at the regional level in May this year. The action plan was established. Serbia is the participant of this group in the Southeast Europe, and we hope that this cooperation will continue. The substitution of fossil fuel and accelerating the clean energy transition, there are a lot of measures to be introduced. All of these topics you see we can organize separate conference. It's very comprehensive. There are a lot of things to do, but for sure we can say that that boosting renewable energy is the key issue in Europe. Also, we think that acceleration of hydrogen implementation is very important. Hydrogen is very promising regarding possible storage and also for the potential bulk of the system. Also, we'll scale up the use of biomethane in coming years and try to replace as much as possible of fossil fuels in industry where it is not that easy. One of the bottlenecks I will highlight here is the permitting. So permitting is always a lengthy process, especially for big infrastructure projects, years for some of them. And our goal is also to accelerate of permitting and make it much easier for investors, private, for the state. Sense that it should be some kind of least cost investment for new infrastructure that will allow apply all these measures by Repower EU mechanism. Of course, we'll have to find new financing mechanism in order to facilitate all these investments. In addition to this, we have awareness of the countries. We have to update contingency plans, increase the reverse flow in the existing infrastructure, gas infrastructure, but also conclude additional bilateral solidarity agreements between neighboring countries. We already had a lot of examples in Europe. We have also examples in Serbia. So this is a good way to speed up and make everything more secure. I will briefly focus on the security of gas supply issue. We know that we adopted regarding the gas storage and with the filling targets for the aggregated capacity of all underground is located on the territories of the, by the first year. Almost all countries reach already this target of 80% in 2022. Serbia was at the level well above 85%, so it is a good signal. And from 2023, 1st November, this target will be increased to 90%. Regarding this procurement of gas, it is just briefly to go. We have that there is sometimes misunderstanding that maybe EU or European Commission will procure additional gas in Europe. No, EU will not procure any, but we will for the service provider for this activity, that service provider will aggregate the demand. It will cooperate with gas companies on one side, suppliers on another side, and this purchase of additional gas. We will monitor through the steering committees, but the contracts, final contracts, will be signed by the company suppliers at the end. Now, maybe if you allow me, I will briefly focus on situation in, and probably the best documents to refer to is the Commission staff working document, Serbia 2022 report. Every year we are issuing this report, and I will focus only on the recommendation regarding the Chapter 15 energy. We will see what are the main problems in Serbia at this moment. So from our point of view, what is important? So we have two strategic documents who are still missing. It is National Energy and Climate Plan and Energy Development Strategy. Here in the audience, I can see some members of the working group who are preparing this document. What is my recommendation? Please accelerate this process. We'll need these documents as soon as possible, because these documents should set Serbia's targets in achieving goals of green agenda, and in particular decarbonization plan. Regarding the renewables, Serbia already achieved a level of 6.20. Serbia already increased shares of renewables in gross consumption at the level of 26.3%. But what is missing at the moment is auctions. We know that the ministry already started working on the auctions. Some parts, in particular, the most important one is act on the balancing of the system. That this work will be finished, the first quarter of this next year, and the auctions will be launched during the 2023. So this is one of the way how Serbia can reach higher percentage of renewables. But regarding the gas sector, I have actually, from our point of view, it is the biggest problem still in Europe. So the gas sector is not yet restructured. Certification is still missing for some of the companies. And also the most important part is there is no third-party access to the existing infrastructure. So to conclude, gas is still somehow locked. In order to have competition, in order to make system more resilient, we'll have to unlock this, we'll have to restructure companies in this sector, we'll have to certify companies. It will take some time, all deadlines already passed, so we have to focus on this in 2023. All those elements should help Serbia actually to be ready to Cluster 4 and Chapter 15 as a part of negotiation process. So these are the main steps what Serbia should do in order to align the acquis with the acquis European Union. More or less, I think that's all from my side. I'm here also available for any questions from your side, if you have it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gligo. We will address audience questions after the other speakers' presentations, but I just wanted to quickly follow on the very interesting presentation you just provided. And I was wondering, the EU is currently financing any projects in Serbia in order to enhance the security of supply?
Thank you. At the moment, you are probably aware that recently President of the European Commission, Ms. Ursula von der Leyen, announced to Serbia 165 million euros. So not loan donation, it will be direct budget support. We expect that agreement will be signed very soon, and the first tranche, the support will be already in the budget of Serbia during the first 2023. We will, in some conditionalities for these sector budgets, will mostly focus on the assistance, on the help to vulnerable consumers and small and medium enterprises in Serbia. So somehow to help them to overcome this energy crisis, but also we have some conditionalities regarding the necessary reforms I mentioned during presentation previous slide. In addition to this, we are very, very focused on the connectivity issues. We are financing a connector between Serbia and Bulgaria at the moment. We hope that this gas interconnector will be finished and ready for the next winter. Our donation is 49.6 million euros, huge part of the overall cost. Also, Trans-Balkan electricity corridor, which is connecting Romania, Serbia, Bosnia, Montenegro, and Italy through the undersea cable. Serbia is progressing very well, actually, Elektromreža Serbia. They already finished 2 sections. The 3rd section is at the beginning of the procurement process, so we'll start soon from Bajina Bašta to Obrenovac, and the preparation of the going for the 4th section, this triangle between Montenegro, Bosnia, and Serbia. Also, I will finish with this. We have other mechanisms, WBAF. It is Western Balkan Investment and our donation grants with the loans of IFIs. Somehow we are making synergy with the banks, with the EBRD, with EIB, World Bank, KfW, to speed up the implementation of the different projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ligo. Now, let me introduce our next speaker, Alexander Dedinec, a scientific collaborator of the Macedonian Academy of Sciences and Arts. Alexander is going to give us his insight into the energy prices and the... Alexander, please go ahead.
Dobar dan svima. Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for the invitation. It is my pleasure to be here today and to speak with you for a very interesting topic. You're coming, I'm engineer actually, I'm PhD engineers, but I participated in the development in North Macedonia and a lot of bylaws that are coming from the energy law. So pretty much I know what we are talking about here today and the problem that we have in the region. I respect the rules, but I see driving from Skopje to Belgrade, so I'm going to give my presentation up there. So I hope that's not a problem.
Not at all.
Please give me just the...
Here is a remote.
The title of it's very tricky, I can say, because it's security of supply. Nothing will be the same. Yes, nothing. But we have to try changes to go in the positive direction. The situation is not so clear at this point, I think, at the moment. Alexander said I'm going to talk about and investment. Before that, I'm going to say a few words about this. There is a lot of crises in the history, but the last crisis is different from all previous because all energy crises, including electricity, natural gas, oil, even biomass, although it is produced locally, even biomass is affected from the energy crisis. How the states, the countries solved the crisis in the past. So in 1973, after the oil crisis, a lot of countries make a fuel switch from oil to natural gas, lignite, and nuclear power plant. At that time, the strategy of France is made, and based on that strategy, a lot of new nuclear power plants are built in France. Most of the country oriented towards what is available at home. So US oriented to coal. France, as I said, established the nuclear program. At that time, although energy efficiency was almost non-existing, the France said that recommended to the people to heat their homes to 20 Celsius degree, the temperature of 20. And a lot of investment in new technologies are made at that time. What we are a little bit confused in the region. We don't know what to do. We don't know in which direction to go, left or right, to go in renewables or to go in investment, new mines, new natural gas or lignite power plants. I think that the big picture is still missing in the region, what is happening in the other countries, what is happening in the world. So this is the moment that we have to catch the train and to go in the direction with the developed countries. I think that this is the last moment that we can make some changes in the region. 2 years crisis, a lot of people that are coming from the policy discussed about renewable energy, that we want to be as the European countries, but now the situation is a little bit different. And I think that, yeah, it's necessary to act, but not to change the direction that before the crisis. What is happening in the region? You know, I suppose, the situation that North Macedonia is import lignite from different countries, Greece, from Kosovo, Montenegro, Serbia imports from Montenegro, increase coal. For example, Greece, Poland, and Germany increased coal production. I was in Greece 1 month ago, and the situation there is clear. They're going the coal power plants, and they're going in the direction of renewables, and they're discussing about the hydrogen and new technologies. That is a development. Climate change and energy are those that will create new jobs, that will create new technologies and new development in the future. So they are much, I think, clear, but happening here. Import dependence, we're talking about security of supply. We have a big problem with dependence is increased in the region. This is the import dependence of the import dependence. The red line is the import dependence of the EU. So the EU imports around of their needs. This is Western Balkan 5. I removed the Bosnia because there is no data from 2011 to 2015 aggregated data for Bosnia. So this is Western Balkan 5 countries. We increased also the import dependence 30 points. On the right side, you can see the picture from North Macedonia. So what we made, we increased for the import dependence in the last 15 years. So all the things that are happening out of the country have impact in the country, in all the countries in the region. We transpose the third energy package. Pretty much all the countries in the region transposed the third energy package. That was good, but with the third energy package, we liberalized the market. The liberalization is different in different countries, but let's say that we liberalized the market for big consumers and so on and so on. That was a good step for the companies. The prices for them decreased a lot. HUPEX, pretty much the same situation with the CAPEX. You can see that the prices are in range from 55, 60 euros per megawatt 10 years. That was golden because they decreased the prices of their products. We have 2 different years, 2020 and 2021. In 2020, the price at the market was around 30 megawatt hour. I think that none of us was prepared for 2021. In 2021, a lot of changes happened. The price at the market, average price, is around 115 euros per megawatt hour in 2021. This period was very good for the, as I said, for the companies, but very bad for the new investments. I will show you in the next slide. You will see almost no investment in this period. Why? Because we have very bad, let's say, we have opposition and position. When the position is opposition, let's say, they don't want to accept that some build, because the prices we are compared on new technologies, we are always compared. If position want to build something, the opposition will say, no, look, at the market, the prices are now around 30 euros per megawatt hour, and the capacity that you are going to construct is 50, 60, 70 euros per megawatt. So let's import the electricity, make some other changes in the system in order to have lower price that will be compatible on the market. And the situation, yes, something that is very important in the strategy that we prepared for North Macedonia, we actually projected that the price will go up because CO2 was increased at the EU level. The taxes from 30 euros per ton now is around 80, 90 euros per ton. If we compare the different technologies at the moment, we can see that the solar and wind are the most cost-effective technologies for the countries in the region. The situation in 2022 even worse. I'm not going to speak about this a lot, but in some period of the year, the prices were around 1,000 euro per megawatt hour. As I said, what we made in the region, we killed the energy system. On the left side, you have investment at the EU level. On the right side, you have investment in Western Balkan, 5 countries. I removed the nuclear power plants just for comparison, to be more comparison, because we don't have a nuclear power in the region, just to be more clear. So you can see EU level, they increase the wind power plants for 14 percentage points in the period 2011-2020. Solar from 3% participation in this polio, let's say, 4%. They decrease the production from combustible fuels. Here is lignite, and what we made, we start with 0, we almost finish with 0. 2 point is participation of the wind, and 0.2 is participation of the solar in the region. If we compare our region with some of the countries, we are in a better position for construction of solar and wind compared to, but as I said, the market kills the investment. Actually, the position killed the investment in the region. You can see that at the EU level, the production just from solar is 2 2 times to the production, the overall production of all countries in the region. What is happening in the world? The investment in clean technologies are increased each year for 2 percentage points. For 2%, sorry. In just 1 year, 2021, investments are increased for 18% compared to 2020. I'm talking about clean investment. Hydrogen is something new that is entering the EU on a grand scale. In Monday, I'm going to one big conference for the hydrogen. Just hydrogen companies will present the technologies and other things. Few words about our strategy. When we developed the strategy team, we said that in 2040, we will have 1,400 megawatts of solar and 750 megawatts of wind. When we present, the people said that we are crazy. We cannot achieve these targets. It's a huge target. We cannot afford this. What is happening now? These are the requests to the transmission and distribution system operator, request to the transmission and system operator. In 2022, we have more than 2,000 requests for PV, more than 2,000. So we have now opposite problem. We have to deal with these requests because if we put all, we'll have another problem. And we have to deal with that problem. What are the solutions? The technologies that now we are talking about, wind, solar technologies, were actually invented for some other purposes, for decreasing of greenhouse gas emissions. But now, these technologies to decrease the prices and to have lower prices for the companies and for the households. These technologies, the production price of these technologies now is around, depending from the radiation, 50 to 70 euros per megawatt hour. What are the price of the coal and gas? If we, I'm talking about without CO2 tax, around 80, 90 euros per megawatt hour. If we add CO2 tax on that, we are not talking about the CO2 tax border mechanism that can be introduced from the EU for these countries in the region. We are not talking about that. If we include the CO2 tax in this, then 150 euros will be the production price of these technologies. As I said, technologies can solve the problem, but we have to catch the train now with the developed countries. Now is the moment. Hydrogen, electric vehicles, these are the new technologies. These are the technologies that will bring growth in the region and cooperation. What are the recommendations? One of the conclusions of World Economic Forum in Davos was that we now at the moment we are trying to switch the source of the supply. We are doing that in Macedonia. We don't have a coal in the country. We are importing coal. Pretty much here the same situation. Not the solution. The solution is to speed up the transition of the problem. And also the solution is that, as I said, that we adopt the decision that we are making now should go in the direction to solve the crisis, not to create another crisis for. If you make a big decision now, for sure have in the region because Greece is in solar. Is in wind. The flow of the energy will be changed. Now the energy is going from Serbia through Macedonia in Greece, but very soon the direction will from Greece through Macedonia in the Serbia and other countries. That's the problem. In September, I think, Greece, for the first time in their history, had 5 hours production just from renewables. And there was no problem in the network, saying that if you have a lot of renewables, you will have a problem with the networks. But 5 hours, 100% from renewables, no problem. Also, Albania is a good example, 100 renewables, no problems with the networks. And I would like to finish with this, that every crisis is dangerous and it's opportunities, but we have to find a way how to use the crisis. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'm here.
Thank you, Alexander, very much. Very useful, extremely useful, perceptive. It's good, always good to have a point of view of an experienced engineer in these energy topics of a kind. I would ask now Mr. Predrag Bijelić, who is a professor of international trade at the Faculty of Economics of the University of Belgrade, to give a brief commentary and observations from the angle of the trade to Alexander's presentation and investments in terms of the energy.
Thank you, Alexandra. I would like to thank everybody for inviting me to speak at this conference, and it's my pleasure. I would like just to focus on WTO rules, because my area is international trade and I serve as a WTO trade policy courses. So energy products are very specific because they are covered under WTO legislation, but usually they are not often in the debates or discussions or negotiations in the World Trade Organization. The first big question was about the oil, because many of the oil producing countries have entered the WTO, and the big question was how the WTO rules can be applied, because they have certain measures which affect prices of oil on the global markets, you know. But this was not affected. But now when we have, let's say, a big diversity of energy products, when we have not just only oil, but electric energy, when we have this renewable energy, now the big question is how many of these instruments which are applied in cross-border trade are consistent with WTO rules. Usually, even if you follow, you can see that WTO is not so concentrated on ecology or ecological measures, it's only focused on trade. And in some cases, WTO has been accused of not taking of all these environmental challenges, like, for example, some measures connected to the fishing and use of certain nets and so on. You know that even the EU has a regulation that it doesn't import fish and fish products from some countries that use unsustainable fishing methods, but this was ruled in the WTO that was illegal. So ecological problems and the protection of, let's say, a good excuse to circumvent the rules of the WTO. The big question now is the status of this renewable energy and what's happening in the WTO. Basic rules of the WTO insist on, let's say, fair trade without any state interest possible. You know, if you try prices or to do with the prices, you can be, for example, accused that it's some kind of dumping, because if you try to sell some energy product or to stimulate, let's say, renewable energy, this can be in the WTO explained as a practice of dumping, meaning that you're selling the goods at lower price than it's on the domestic or the world market. But also, especially when we consider, for example, renewable energy, the big problems can arise from other different agreements. For example, one very important agreement on subsidies and countervailing measures. So any state intervention, meaning giving money to any kind of producers and producing benefit special for them, can be seen as subsidy. And this is very problematic, because in the WTO the export subsidies are completely forbidden. There are some subsidies which are allowed on, like, regional development and so on, but when we speak, all this, let's say, general law are contained in this agreement. You have like a basic agreement on the WTO specific on anti-dumping, on subsidies and so on. But the good way to see how this have been is a dispute settlement procedure in the WTO. So in the WTO, we have a special mechanism which can be triggered by any country which feels that their rights in the WTO has been infringed. And we have now already several cases which deal specifically with, for example, renewable energy. By Japan and the Union against Canada in, I think, Ontario province, they say that these feed-in tariffs, meaning that the state buys all the renewable electricity produced by producers, have been a form of subsidy. And in the ruling of they determined that this is a subsidy. But after that, the appellate body has made it clear that in this ruling, the panel and all that apply the law should concentrate not on the wholesale price on the energy, but the wholesale price on the renewable market. So to be more focused on this specific. So they define renewable energy for the first time as a separate product from other energy. This is, let's say, the first sign that the different treatment of renewables. One measures that also contradict in this is so-called localization requirements, and we in the trade usually speak about these local content requirements. This measures is about, for example, usually states requires for a producer or anything to have a preferential treatment to have some domestic content, maybe in the product or maybe in the machinery used. In the electrical sector, usually some countries ask that all the electricity imported, transferred is done by the, let's say, networks that are partially or completely government owned. And also this up to now was usually consistent. Equal content requirements were not regulated by WTO, maybe in the agreement on these investment measures connected to trade. But in the two cases, one was the one I mentioned, Canada on renewables, and also India and the solar panels from 2016. They said that the measures applied by the states are not consistent with the WTO rules. So two different examples how, for example, energy products are treated, and for the dumping, which I think is the most serious offense, we don't have any clear case now. We have some cases about biofuels, but they are not still finished. But I also found one paper in the WTO dealing with energy products, and they call for a new negotiations in this new round that started in Doha, that energy products should be put on a table and have a separate discussion. And I think this is spurred to this crisis that we had a couple of times. And I think it will deserve some kind of a special case in the WTO, special treatment. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Predrag. Very useful and helpful. Now, if I may introduce our final speaker, Ms. Mira Todorovic-Simeonides, who is a partner and head of energy group at the Rokas law firm in Athens. Mira will present to us a Greece case study in the context of the EU legislation.
Good morning. I would like to present you today what was going on during the last in Greece with the prices of electricity and also the reform of the market. These two went hand in hand. I would also like to mention that Greece, as one of the, as well as other member states of the European Union, has started immediately reacted on the prices and disruption of the market and introducing various measures, while the market participants were reacting on these measures in their own way, meaning trying to achieve the maximum profit and to operate as possible. Now, the price started in spring 21, slow and steadily. And it continued. I will give you an example. For instance, usually we had the wholesale market 45–50 euro per megawatt hour. This in January and February, maybe even to 70. This was like big increase for many years. Now slowly until the September of 21, the increase was to 200 euros. First affected were res auctions. On the res auctions, the participants, res producers were bidding on the reference price for the next 25 years. They would lock the price on these auctions, the best price, the minimum price would get the capacities to close the agreement and to receive the state aid. But with increases, this was not profitable for them anymore. So they turned, even when winning the res auction, they would not go and sign the agreement for the next 25 years for the price which is lower than the market. They would start selling it on the market. Measure introduced was already, I think this is in May 21, when the state introduced penalties and deadlines for basically forcing the participants, the winners of the auctions, to sign the supply agreements. There were quite drastic measures, 4 months penalties for 4 years to be paid, the difference on the prices, the market prices and the reference prices. And this was the first deletion from the register of the energy exchange and electricity transmission operator. Prices continued to increase, and there were some other measures introduced, very often a little bit retroactively. The first one was in May 2022, extraordinary levies on how it worked, because most of them is sold on the energy exchange on the day-ahead market, and there was a cap on the prices. The producers were selling on the market price at the moment, 500 per megawatt hour or something, but they would receive only certain payment by the methodology of the regulator. This led to another disruption because the participants decided to move the most of the load to the intraday market. So they were declaring in one period of time, for months basically, they were declaring lower capacity market, paying some small penalties, and all the load went to the intraday market when there was no cap. And you know, the cap was very low. For instance, for hydropower plants, it is still 120 euro per hour, and for renewables, 85 euro per megawatt hour. So, and they actually complained about this reduction and cut-off of their prices, claiming that, in the bad times when we didn't have much profit, we were not so helped by the state, but now for profit, this profit is taken away from us. They also complained that the state had to introduce the second limit on the intraday market in order for this to work. There is no cap on the balancing market. Pretty much of the amount, the money that are taken from the producers are paid by the clearing members, are paid to a certain account from where the households their electricity bills are reduced and directly paid to them, including the suppliers until recently. So there was a competition between the suppliers on the prices, and there was also habitual provision in the supply agreements on the adjustment of the price of electricity, changes of the wholesale market prices. The regulator suspended this provision in 2022 for some period of time, so that now the suppliers are not adjusting the prices to the wholesale market, but they have to declare until every 20th of the month for the next month for all products that they have. And this is published by the regulatory authority. And this means that the price is changed once a month. Plus the competition among the suppliers is increased. A couple of days ago, however, there was another measure for the suppliers for their profit, extra profit, compared with the last year's prices and methodologies. At this moment is not yet know how the extra profit will be calculated and how it will be cut off. At the same time, Greece is trying to speed up the licensing, produce the renewables. The main problem is with environmental approval and connection to the grid. Measures not new, but existing for some time, is in order to achieve the renewables. The goal is strategic investments. These are normal in certain areas. At this moment, you can see that for the hydrogen, for offshore wind islands, biomass, and some other, and storage. So these are the projects that are prioritized through the strategic investments. Plus, the idea is, I think that it is working relatively well in practice, and the idea is to push big projects. And we do have a lot of really big projects, all of renewables, 250 megawatts each. The goal of renewables will probably be fulfilled. But another problem is connection to the grid. Really big problem that was not addressed. It was addressed late, a little bit, not too late, but late, because new rules were introduced for the last 2 years, which means that 222 applications responded, approved or not, for connection to the grid now. This was pretty much the delay in in connection to the grid and receiving the offers for connection for the grid. One of the novelty of this new measure is encourage direct power purchase agreements between producers and industrial consumers. However, concluding these measures, concluding these agreements at a time of so high electricity prices, it's a little bit tricky because, of course, the producer wants to have secured and steady price and the sale of electricity for as much as possible. The purchase have steady but low. So what is the price to be concluded at this moment for the power purchase agreement, direct agreements, with this increase of purchase price for electricity? Around the conclusions, Greece has reacted quickly for each of the measures. However, sometimes retroactively, almost all the time, retroactively for some months. The market participants have reacted to this for each of their companies, that there were correction measures, meaning amending on the imposed measures, because some of them didn't work or have caused other problems on the market. And we will have to see how long it will last. Measures are for the half of the next year until June or August 2023. And we will how the situation with prices will continue in the next months and the next year. One other thing is the risk of potential legal response of the market to these measures in case they are not in the in compliance with the legal framework. This was from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, and I think we can all agree that in such unprecedented times that we are currently in, any example or any measure from another European country is the most valid source that the ports have at their disposal, and also the industry. I would like you now, to invite you all to, if you have any questions to any of our speakers present here, please go ahead and raise your hand. The colleagues will assist. Okay, in that case, let me introduce then my colleague, Ms. Angelika Todorovic, attorney at law at Wolf Tice law firm in Belgrade and a fellow member of the Serbian energy laws. She would give us a brief overview of the lessons we have learned today from our esteemed speakers. Angelika, please go ahead.
Thank you, all. Very mindful of the time, since we are running a bit over. I'm very thankful to have been invited today to give the lessons learned overview. It's be a very easy task for me because I was just supposed to be a good listener and to give you a very quick summary in a couple of minutes of what are some of the key messages that we got from the speakers today. But I can assure you this is not an easy task for me to do. Greatest scientists said that electricity belongs to everyone and electricity should be free. But one of the key topics we focused on today is that we are extremely import dependent. Dr. Buchler actually emphasized that we import euros of electricity just in 2022. There are numerous measures mentioned on the Greek example by my distinguished colleague who shares my surname. And one of the focuses of today's presentation was really the caps on both wholesale and retail prices. On the Serbian case, we have seen that we have one of the lowest electricity prices across Europe. And even in the industrial sector, we have only seen an increase of about 22% for industrial consumers. A message that stayed with me from Dr. Bukla's presentation is that the problem is not the crisis, it is our level of preparedness for the crisis. He focused on one aspect that is very practical, which is the state of our utilities. And if we look at where our utilities are, there are three main problems that he identified: no liquidity, no diversification, and no corporate governance. Speaking of liquidity, we have seen that just this year we will receive 165 million euros of European aid to deal with the energy crisis. Many energy projects, and I can see this in my own work, are reliant on loans from the likes of EBRD and other international finance institutions, as well as loans to SMEs from commercial banks. So this is very much how our energy sector is financed. When we look at diversification, and I will touch on this in a minute later, we also see that we can truly benefit from having more mix in our energy portfolio. And when it comes to corporate governance, it is a very simple, simple task that we need professional management and accountability in our utility providers. In Mr. Vukovic's presentation to follow, we have focused on what are some of the solutions and where we are right now. Mr. Vukovic very simply and very elegantly concluded that we need to accelerate clean energy transition, diversify our energy sources, and we need to save energy, as simple as that. One of the key aspects of his presentation was also gas storage. And from what we see, and we know that traditionally this is the case, Serbia has always had good energy, had a good underground gas storages, and this is not something as an issue. However, in terms of our EU enlargement policies, very limited. We are very delayed with our auctions, as everybody knows. And while we have certain policies and strategic documents, it is about flowing them down into a legal binding instrument. Moving from that, I really appreciated the positivity brought by Mr. Dedinets, Macedonia, and what I really took from him is that when there is a crisis, we tend to go to our comfort zone. Times are tough, so we rely on what we know, what is local. And for us, usually this is cold. We have also seen some reruns of certain examples, such as, okay, let's limit the temperature in the rooms to 20%, which was a French example which we see today. But what I appreciated about his presentation is the focus on new technologies, specifically your examples on hydrogen developments, because when we think about all the political challenges we deal with today, we need to learn that new technologies are not only the future, but they are a way for us to have our energy independence from other countries. To wrap up, I would like to take note of the presentation of our distinguished speaker, Ms. Su-Yang Huang, who dealt with UN policies and strategic documents, why our right to a clean environment is a human right. Because we need to think about that our clean energy resources are linked to our clean environment, which is linked to our public health. And we need to work on creating legal binding instruments to flow that down. I would like to conclude with my overall impression from our panel, which is that we often miss opportunities because of hard work. And we need to do the hard work. That is the case. And if the motto is that things will never be the same again, I say maybe that is a good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you also on my side. Thank you especially to our esteemed speakers and to participants of this panel. Thank you all from the audience for us during this session, and enjoy a coffee break.
Yes, I would also to thank to our moderator. speakers, our lesson Angelika, who really explain in short time these very important topics. And please, we will have only 15 minutes because we have to continue. As Angelika said, there is a hard work. Please, only 15 minutes. Tako da, evo, sad ću se obratiti i ovako oficijalno. Dear guests, thank you for arriving. Thank you for attendance of the first session. We have to continue here. This session will be moderated by Iva Đinđić-Ćosić. You know her very and she is a member of our board. Thank you for our speaker for arriving here, as I previously said. And I don't, Iva, the floor is yours, please.
Ja ću još jedan put da se zahvalim svima koji su ostali na drugoj sesiji. Obično popusti pažnje, o nekoj obaveze naložu da ljudi prosto moraju da odu, ali hvala još jednom. Posebno bih htjela da istaknem značaj i prisutnost ovdje članova parlamenta i posebno im se zahvalim. Well, dear colleagues, distinguished guests, welcome to the session 2, Security of Supplies. Our key speaker is Mr. Graham Cook. It's an honor and pleasure to introduce him as one of the authored in international energy law, the Energy Chapter Treaty Investments Arbitration. He is also partner at Volterra Tierra, the public international law firm. Please, Mr. Graham, if you want, you can go.
I'm fine.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Eva. Gentlemen, I'm delighted to be here in Belgrade. It's not my first, be my last. Thank you very much to the Serbian Energy Law Association and to Branislava and Alexander for inviting me to participate in this conference. And thank you, Eva, for your collaboration in this session and get us all together. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to talk about the Modernized Energy Charter Treaty. And I've taken a quotation which I think comes from Blaise Pascal: is the better the enemy of the good? My presentation will be divided in 3 parts. To begin with, I'll talk about the Energy Charter Treaty as it stands. I assume that many people here are familiar with the Energy Charter Treaty, which was signed in 1994, and to which about a bit over 50 countries, European Union member states and others, are parties, as well as the European Union itself. Serbia is not a party yet, but has shown active interest in the Energy Charter Treaty over the years, and I hope the day will not be long. Serbia joins. And the Energy Charter Treaty, of course, offers many legal provisions relating to energy, but in particular offers the right to investor-state arbitration for energy investors from a member state which participates in the energy sector in another Energy Charter Treaty member state. And this is probably the reason for which the treaty is best known. It has given rise to over 150 investor-state arbitration cases in the 30-odd years since it was signed. So my first part relates to the Energy Charter Treaty as what I call a well-matured tragedian. A few months ago, I learned a new word. It was my parents who taught me. It's octogenarian. An octogenarian is, of course, a person who is around 80 years old. My parents were using it in connection with themselves. Looking around, I don't see any octogenarians in the audience, too, but I don't. I do, however, see quite a few, in other words, people in their 30s. And I'd like to think that the Energy Charter Treaty, like Arians in the audience, has matured very well for its age. That was signed, as I said, in 1994 and negotiated in the early 1990s at a time when carbon emissions, climate change, and environmental issues generally, although of some importance, had much less prominence than today. Nonetheless, the Energy Charter Treaty shows surprising ability to protect investments in the renewable sector alongside investments in the more traditional hydrocarbon fossil fuel sectors and what you might call the traditional renewable sector, consisting of hydropower, geothermal, and so forth. The Energy Charter Treaty is in fact agnostic regarding different forms of energy. It protects most forms of renewable energy, at least to the extent that their purpose is to produce electricity. It's hydrogen and carbon capture storage and technology and so forth. To dispel a few myths about the Energy Charter Treaty, which have been widely circulated, particularly in recent months, the Energy Charter Treaty, or the ECT as I'll call it, does not offer a blank check to investors which consider that they're produced by government action. In order to succeed in bringing a case, investors must prove that the host government has violated one of the international legal protections set out in the Energy Charter Treaty. These include fair and equitable treatment, constant protection and security, and a protection against expropriation. The Energy Charter Treaty does not protect mere future investment opportunities or hopes or prospects which are realized into concrete investments. As with all legal regimes, the ECT ability that an investor claim, a claim which is entirely unjustified. It also allows the possibility that a respondent, a host state, can put up a bad defense. This is a part of legal systems. The claimant, investor, and the respondent state participate equally in selecting the members of the tribunal. Normally there are 3 arbitrators. The investor selects one, the respondent state selects one, and these 2 arbitrators together select a presiding arbitrator, or if they cannot agree, the presiding arbitrator is selected by a neutral institution. And to pass to current affairs, I would say that renewable investments and investors need protection today more than they ever did. We've heard from all the previous speakers of the great need to accelerate the energy transition, to increase investment in renewables. But this is not going to an extent. And what I say is also true of non-renewables. In Western Europe, there has been a call for increased investment in the hydrocarbon sector to deal with the challenges created by the Russia-Ukraine situation with which we're all familiar. For example, Germany has recently its first ever floating LNG terminal. It's been suggested that gas flows should be reversed. These all require investment. Having given a very brief run-through of the ECT as it is today, and hopefully dispelled some of the misinformation which has been circulated recently, I'll now talk a little about the proposal which has been put forward by a number of ECTs to bring the ECT up to date. To give a little bit of history, the modernization of the ECT has been discussed for over 5 years and was originated by the European Union and a number of its member states. These proposals have been discussed at various meetings and conferences of the Energy Charter Treaty member states, all the ECT member states, not just the European Union ones, and they have arrived at what one might call a compromise solution. Some would have wished the modernization to go further, others would have wished the modernization to go less far, and some conservative ECT member states are perfectly happy with the treaty as it is and do not think that it needs modernization. Nonetheless, the proposal which was discussed at an Energy Charter conference in June of this year it represents a compromise, if you will, with different viewpoints. And in fact, the European Union viewpoint is itself an internal compromise reached by coordination between all the different EU member states, some of which have different viewpoints from others. The changes or amendment to the Charter Treaty, which are included in the modernization package, can essentially be divided into three groups. The first being changes to its sectoral coverage. Which parts of the energy sector, the energy cycle, if you will, should the Energy Charter Treaty protect? To begin with, some additional energy materials and products will be added to the list of energy materials and products protected. These include hydrogen, whose current state is under the debatable, along with anhydrous ammonia, biomass, biogas, and fuels. The definition of economic activity in the energy sector has been extended to include capture, utilization, and storage of CO2. And protection under the Treaty of Konferencija is being withdrawn by some ECT member states, essentially the EU and the United Kingdom, time-scaled so that new investment in the fossil fuel sector will lose protection as from the date when the amendment enters into force, while existing amendments, protection will be phased out over a timescale from 5 to 10 years, depending on the carbon intensity of the investment concerned. Another set of changes relates to the industry protections included in the treaty. These were first drafted and negotiated, as I said, in the early 1990s, and they reflected the standard of international investment law, which was current. Since then, that standard has been developed by arbitral jurisprudence. And a lot of this is reflected in the proposed changes to the substantive protection standard in the ECT. So that, for example, sets out an affirmative right to regulate. They have the right to change their legal framework. These rights are subject only to the requirement that they should not be exercised arbitrarily, having regard to the harm that they are intended to express, and to discontinue wasteful subsidies. Priority is given to the state aid rules which are implemented by any RIO, or Regional Economic Integration Organization. As of today, the only RIO which is a party to the Energy Charter Treaty is the European Union. The language set out in Article 10.1 is reduced in its scope. Fair and equitable treatment, one of the key guarantees included in Article 10, is defined by way of example. The treaty is clarified to make it clear that constant protection and security applies to physical security only of energy investments and does not cover legal security. Provisions dealing with expropriation and the right to regulate. There's the possibility of introducing financial transfer restrictions previously prohibited by the treaty in exceptional circumstances. Reference to the importance of sustainable development. I come finally in this part to the changes to jurisdiction and proceduralization package. The MFN clause, the most favoured nation clause, is restricted in its scope to make it clear that a party wishing to invest needs to cite a specific concrete example of another investor from another state which has been better treated. Citing a provision in another treaty, which is never in fact will no longer suffice. It will be made easier for states to invoke the denial of benefits clause, which allows the exclusion of claims brought by so-called mailbox or shell companies. States will no longer have to give prior notice to deny benefits. The characteristics of an investment are more closely defined. Investments must be for a certain duration. They must involve a certain capital commitment and an expectation of profit and an assumption of risk. So that purely speculative portfolio investments will likely be excluded under the new jurisdictional rules. There is a provision for eliminating or dismissing frivolous claims that are without legal merit much more rapidly. There is a provision for third parties, such as the European Union, but also to file interventions, amicus curiae, briefs, if you will, which the tribunal can take into account. And this provision that any claim which is funded by a third-party funder, litigation financier, the sort of be disclosed to the respondent and to the tribunal. So, and this I think is the most aspect of what I'm here to discuss today. What in fact are the options in terms of moving forward? The Energy Charter Conference gave its provisional approval to the modernisation package at a meeting that took place in June. Many of us expected, finally approved, at a meeting which took place as recently as Tuesday of this week. However, in fact, that decision has been postponed. The modernisation of the Energy Charter Treaty takes the form of an amendment to the ECT. Under the provisions dealing with amendments, which we'll look at in more detail in a moment, every amendment needs to go through two stages. First, it needs. This is a decision of the conference as a whole. All the Energy Charter Treaty member states meeting together. After that, it's then offered to every ECT party to ratify if it sees fit. That's a decision for each ECT member state, or indeed for the European Union as a party to the ECT. In terms of the first stage, the adoption of an amendment by the conference, this must take place unanimously, hence that no ECT party must vote against it. If even one votes against it, the amendment will fail, will not be adopted by the conference. However, ECT members are free to abstain. They're free not to vote either in favour or against the amendment and simply to abstain from voting. That doesn't stop the amendment being adopted, but as a separate requirement, to be adopted, the amendment must be supported by a simple majority of all ECT parties, so that if enough ECT members abstain or don't even attend the conference, then the amendment might not be adopted, even though no member votes against it. After that, every ECT must decide individually whether it wishes to ratify the amendment or not. As you all know, ratification is a procedure that takes place under the constitutional law of each member state and can take some months or some years, depending on how full that state's parliamentary agenda is. The modernisation amendment will enter into force once 3/4 of all ECT members have ratified it, and then it will only enter into force as between those ECT parties which have ratified it. So that any ECT member state which does not wish to be bound by the modernisation amendment is free not to ratify it, and it will not apply as between that ECT member state and any other ECT member state, whether it has ratified the amendment or not. Now, this gives you a little more detail about the voting provisions, Article 36 of the ECT. The first paragraph makes it clear that unanimity of the contracting parties present is required for a decision by the Charter Conference to adopt an amendment to the treaty, other than the case of amendments which are not the case we're concerned with here. Then later on, paragraph 5 makes it clear that contracting parties present in voting means contracting parties who are present and counted for negative votes, so that contracting parties that abstain are not counted for this purpose. And finally, Para 6 makes it clear, as I mentioned, that no decision in this article, in other words, no decision to amend the treaty shall be valid unless it has the support of a simple majority of the contracting parties. Then Article 42 of the ECT deals with amendments more precisely. It makes it clear that any an amendment, provision for the text being communicated to the contracting parties 3 months before the date on which proposed for adoption. So this must have happened in August. The full legal text of the amendment was recently leaked on various publications. I've had a quick look at it. It's extremely complex, but I think the summary that I've given represents the essentials of the text of the proposed modernisation to the Energy Charter Treaty. And Para 4 is important. It makes it clear after an amendment has been adopted, it's up to individual ECT members to file instruments of ratification or acceptance or approval, which are other words for the same thing, with the depository, and that the amendments enter into force between contracting parties having 3 months after instruments of ratification have been deposited by at least 3/4 of contracting parties. The group of contracting parties which have agreed to the modernisation package can, of course, continue to expand as and when additional ECT members file their instruments of ratification. Now, as you all know, the elephant in the room is a number of ECT member states which are not happy with the modernisation package or not happy with the ECT as a whole. Several of them have stated their intention to withdraw from the ECT. Italy, which in fact did withdraw from the ECT some years ago. But several others, including France, Germany, Netherlands, and Poland, Spain and Italy, have stated they intend to withdraw from the ECT. So what happens if a member state withdraws? No member state can withdraw until it's been a party to the ECT for 5 years, but that is clearly the case for all the members that we're considering. The withdrawal takes 1 year to take effect from when the depository receives a notification of withdrawal. So for 1 more year, the member state remains a full party to the treaty with all the rights and obligations that involves. And after that, Article 47.3 is very important. The provisions of the treaty continue to apply to investments hosted by that ECT member or to investors of that ECT member in other as of the date of withdrawal for another 20 years. So this is the famous 20-year sunset clause. This was included when the treaty was negotiated because it was generally accepted that many energy investments have a very long payoff period and require a certain degree of legal security for investors if the investment protection is to be effective. So this clause of the treaty is there. It is something which any Energy Charter Treaty member wishing to withdraw needs. There's a lot that could be said about the various options. I don't know how much more time I have. A little bit more. Lack of time. Okay. No, there's a lot that can be spoken to member states. Some have mentioned that it might be possible to get rid of the withdrawal clause by a mutual agreement among all ECT member states, an inter-se clause it's called. From my viewpoint, that option is highly debated, but that's no doubt a topic for another day. So I think that brings me to the end of what I intended to present today. Thank you very much, Eva.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Because of lack of time, I will shortly just ask you one question. In your point of view, what is the main motivation for the states and NGOs that oppose the ECT modernization?
Thank you very much, Eva. It's a very pertinent question. There's a real mixture. Some of the states that have stated that they will withdraw from the ECT have been the respondents in a large number of cases, and they're getting a bit tired of it. Of course, withdrawal from the ECT makes no difference whatever to cases that are ongoing. And it doesn't even stop investors bringing new cases for another 20 years in investments. But politically, it's understandable that a state that is frequently being sued does not wish this to take some action against it. The NGO's motivation varies enormously. Some are against all investment protection completely on principle. Some of those even criticize the modernization package on the basis that not only does it withdraw protection from fossil fuels, but also it brings in new protection for hydrogen and biomass. Some of them are against even that. Others take a more mixed view, and exception in some circumstances can be positive, but they say the modernization package does not go far enough. They would like protection for fossil fuel investment to be withdrawn more rapidly. So those are its actions.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Now we have our next three speakers. And just for reminding, because those speakers are from NEÇE and energy community, just for reminding, I want to make some short overview. Long ago, before energy community treaty has been signed and ratified, energy grid of Republic of Serbia has become a part of European interconnection. 2004, after 13 years of interruption, the Serbian power system moved to the first UCT, the Union for the Cooperation of Transmission of Electricity for the Continental European Synchronous Zone. In 1989, UCT redefined itself as an association of TSOs in the context of the internal market energy. Building on its experience with recommendations, UCT turned to make its technical standards more binding through the operational handbook and multilateral agreement between its members. 2005 was a great year. The activity of electricity transmission was spun off from public enterprise EPS, and two independent public companies were formed, Elektroprivreda Serbia and Elektromreža Serbia. 2005 also Community Treaty obliged Republic of Serbia and also to apply technical system rules and standards of the UCT. In 2009, by the EU Third Energy Association for Cooperation of the European Transmission System Operators, that is today association with 39 members, TSOs representing 35 countries responsible for the secure and coordinated operation of Europe's electricity system. We may say that it's the largest interconnected electricity grid in the world, but coordination of the 39 members is not always easy. Not because of lack of technical capacities and possibilities of professional from those TSOs, mostly related issues. If you're faced with the same problem caused by energy crisis and security supply, there is no other solution than to work jointly on resolving those problems. Ladies and gentlemen, let me to introduce to our first speaker, Anna Butenko. Anna is, you can take the floor. Anna is a legal manager system operations at NEÇE. She's also senior researcher fellow in the European Energy Law and Policy at Vermont Law School. Anna, floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Eva, and really good to see you and other EMS colleagues that we see online, but we very active together within NEÇE. So very good to be here. I'm indeed legal manager system operations, and that's not an easy job recently because there is a lot of development on the European system operations plane. So let's talk a little bit about what is going on and what we are facing and how that is relevant to Serbia. So a little bit about NEÇE. Eva already gave a very good presentation about what NEÇE is and what it stands for. Indeed, we have a lot of members. We have 39 members from 35 countries that represent the European and the European TSOs and the TSOs of the energy community countries that are non-EU countries, but are neighboring. And as of recently, we also have Ukenergo as an observer member, and Mod Electrica has also been recently synchronized. The continental Europe, which was recently a very, very busy time for us because of that. So an important thing that also has brought quite some benefits. So what do we do? What do we do together? Why are we together as the, we have legally mandated tasks. So both NEÇE Association, but also the TSOs, all TSOs, have legally mandated tasks in the European legislation. So I just brought up a few examples. We do European resource adequacy assessment, which is of the concerns for the resource needs, it's in the name. We also do as NEÇE the 10-year network development plan. This means that we look where the network of the interconnected system across all the countries needs to be developed. Where are the ways do we need to build additional interconnectors and where? And another thing, just as an example, is also review. And actually, so ERA and TUNDP, those would be the tasks for NEÇE, but also the bidding zone review, that would be that we also facilitate, but it's legally with the TSOs. So we're quite busy with those legally mandated tasks, but also besides the legally mandated task, the task of the development of the new network codes. And then we also monitor the implementation of the guidelines. So very briefly, what the difference is between network codes and guidelines is that the network codes are written by NEÇE or NEÇE, which is our equivalent in the gas sector. And the guidelines, they are written directly by the European Commission. And essentially, this is technical regulation, right? So it's technical regulation that is ensuring that we all those can work together. And I like here, even funny enough, even though I work for NEÇE now, but I used to work for the gas sector, and I have a lovely example from the gas sector. So if you'll allow me to show you the importance, the very practical importance of the network codes. We don't think about how gas smells like, right? We know that gas smells if you start the stove and if you're cooking on gas, that there is the smell that's associated with the gas. But actually natural gas doesn't smell. It has been odorized, so special substances have been added to it to make it smell, to make us, consumers be alerted if there is a leak. And we never stopped it, right? We never really, as consumers, or at least I didn't before I started working directly with. Did you realize ever that the rules, technical things, sometimes are discrepant? If you have different technical rules about different approaches to authorization of gas, that means that gas from one country cannot flow to the other country. And I like that example because it's very practical. So that also really shows why do we need the network codes, and same kind of issues we also have, and that's why network codes and guidelines are important. So according to the electricity regulation, network codes and guidelines have to be specific, and they have to be ensuring a minimum degree of harmonization. What does that mean? It means that things need to be similar to the extent where it's possible to work together. But at the same time, it's also very important about network codes and guidelines is that they need to respect the regional specificity. This region, and there has been, let's say, a lot of this, and it doesn't really interfere with this working together principle. We'll leave it as is. That's what it is. We are respecting the regional differences. So let's go a little bit further. So that's about NEÇE, what we do. And give you an example about, the network codes and guidelines that I have been talking about. So broadly speaking, we have 4 categories of the network codes and guidelines. The ones referred to the connection ones, then we have the market ones, we have the operation ones, and as of recently, we also have the new and fancy cybersecurity network code in the process. So work in progress on that one, but another one that is also coming is would be the network code on the demand response. The way that this works is that There is a revision essentially, focus on a specific topic, and then there is a framework guidelines, which is essentially a document which tells us which aspects are important to address in the network code. And then we take over as NEÇE and we draft that network code. All right, so with that introduction in mind, what do we do? So I've told you now what we do, but I wanted to talk today a little bit about what our activities mean for the contracting parties of the energy community. So just as a reminder, what are those countries and what is energy community? So you see here, they're coming up with this. This I always show it because I think it's so visual. You can very clearly see which countries are the members and which countries are the contractors. See here, the contracting parties of the Energy Community Treaty. And so, you know, ones on the top, that's Ukraine and Moldova, that have also recently a lot for the obvious reasons. And then, of course, we have the current region. So what happens is that those parties are bound together by the Energy Community Treaty. What is Energy Community Treaty and why do we need it? Essentially, Energy Community says that what we would like to do, like to extend the European legal rules beyond the borders of the European Union. So we would like to go to the countries that are non-EU members, right? And again, linking that to the discussion about the technical harmonization, important that technical standards are together well. And if it's part of one, then, you know, the fact that one EU country and the other country is non-EU country should not stop us from working together. The Energy Community Treaty comes together because it says, you know what, we'll take whatever we have in here and we're going to also export that to an extent to the contracting, for example, and then also Ukraine and Moldova on the other side. So what is the current status of the Energy Community? It has been there for a while. It's not as old as the Energy Charter. It's a relatively young one. Well, it's a millennial. It's a millennial. So the Energy Community Treaty has been set in 2006. And it was originally signed for a period of 10 years, but then it was extended. So it is currently in 426. So, I mean, it's a big treaty, a lot of countries, a lot of participants, it's important. So it actually should be revised sometime soon. However, not going so well because, again, international treaty, difficult to agree. So, but that doesn't mean that there is no way forward. Essentially, there are some provisions in the treaty, Title 3 and Title 2, that if you are interested, I invite you to look them up. Because I like you, I didn't quote them in the presentation, so there you go. But be aware that they're there. So this Title 2 and Title 3, they allow us to adapt the EU law for the contracting parties in some cases, even in the absence of their. So that brings us to the current effort. That's what actually the Energy Community Secretariat has been doing. So, internally, we are referring to this as batch 2. Essentially, in 2021, the European Commission and the Energy Community Secretariat have approached us and we and asked for feedback on the first batch of the documents that will need to be and then implemented in the contracting parties. And the way that it works is that they take the text that is then in force already in the European Union, then they implement some adaptations that are necessary in order to make it applicable to the contracting parties. A very clear example is just replacing the name member states with the contracting parties of the energy community. And then this is then adopted by the Council of the Energy Community, and then it's implemented in the contracting parties. So it's for feedback first on those two documents, and then on number 2, which was a lot heavier and contained, you have guessed it right, network codes and guidelines that I told you in the beginning of the presentation. So this is currently where we are, is that currently the process is being finalized, and NEÇE has in fact set up a dedicated task force that Eva is also a member of, and Foke is the convener of that task force. So it's good to see some familiar faces. So this task force is actually quite big. We have more than 50 members in that task force, and it consists of both lawyers and background. Essentially, is we analyzed all those networks that were adopted by the Energy Community Secretariat. And indeed, you know, as Dirk mentioned this morning, we had a really intensive and good constructive dialogue with them in the process. So that was very much appreciated. And so we have gone a little bit back and forth and from our end, we said, look, you know, we identified some things which would be corrected. So this was a good dialogue. And then essentially that the role of the task force is really to provide feedback and to make sure that we analyze what does that mean in practice, right? So we have provided some feedback, and the idea now is that this is going to be adopted by the Ministerial Council of the Energy Community now in December. I'll show you the timeline in a bit. But just to give you an idea about what are the changes, what does, you know, example, the package of the documents gives some powers to ACER. It says that in some matters where you have a question that concerns both the energy community contracting parties on the one hand, and then on the other hand, to issue binding decisions. So that's new, that wasn't there before. Currently also there is an extension of the NEÇE tasks. So while these adapted documents are not binding on NEÇE, that still it contains the extension of NECE's legally mandated tasks to now include also the contracts in the community. Now, in some cases, that doesn't change much because, as I was saying, you know, some of those countries indeed are already members of NECE. But in the other cases, that of course changes things with a country such as Georgia, for example, so a contracting party of the energy community, but not a member of NECE in that case. So that's why we are performing those tasks where feasible. Now, another interesting thing that is a bit different from the European version of the document to the one that is about to be adopted in the contracting parties of the energy community is the definition of the regions. So there are different regions in the legislation that are defined, so the system operations regions, the capacity calculation regions, and so on. In principle, in the European version of the document, it's a consensus. So we need to agree with each other how to define those regions and which TSO participates in which region. It's a little bit different in that adopted version of the documents because in principle, it also allows us to follow that process first. So for example, the TSOs need to agree and so we need to facilitate a process of agreement. But if that fails, there is a follow, there are configurations that are already predefined and then they are as annexes in the regulation. So you have a backup, you know, in case there is no agreement, there is a backup that is then predefined. And what was quite interesting is that we're going to have an interesting situation, and that has to do with the process, you know, how the international law, in this case, the energy community law is made. There is obviously this delay, right? It presumes that first the law needs to be adopted and implemented in the European Union. Then it needs to be adapted for the contracting parties, then it needs to be adopted by the Ministerial Council and only then implemented in the contracting parties. So obviously, automatically, there's the law that is then adopted, the same law perhaps, that is adopted in the contracting parties. So now this is going to cause for quite a situation that we have the CACM. So that's capacity calculation. I'm drawing a blank here, Foke, help me out. Capacity allocation calculation methodology. Yeah. Yes, I got it. Sorry, all not enough coffee. So we have the interesting situation right now that in the CACM 1, which is the original European version, is now the one that is being adapted for the contracting parties of the energy community. But we have a process to revise that one and to go to the CACM 2.0. So we're going to for some time where we have 1.0 adopted in the contracting parties, while in the EU, perhaps we already have CACM 2.0. And I just put it in there because I wanted to illustrate the, what does that lag mean in practice? That's what it means in practice, and it's unavoidable and related to the legislative. Currently, the second batch of the documents is being discussed in the EU Council because the EU member states are also in the Ministerial Council of the Energy Community Treaty, of the Energy Community. So the European countries also need to agree on the position. And then in December, I believe it's the 15th of December, the second batch is going to be adopted by the Ministerial Council of the Energy Community. And then are going to be implemented by the contracting parties in next year, essentially by 2023. So it's a short period of time. Again, this is to be confirmed because the timeline for implementation is going to be decided in December this year. So at the Ministerial Council, they could decide and say, okay, we're going to go for 2 years perhaps, or 3 years instead of 1 year. So that's why to be confirmed. But at least the intention, so far as we understand now, is to have a year, which is of course tight. So it's also to take into account the situation in Ukraine, for example, right now. Of course, they have their hands full with quite other things sometimes than the implementation of the Europe, quite understandably so. So that is it on my end. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Just briefly, can you tell us something about consequences for Serbia of this adapted and adapted legislation?
Yes, thank you. It's actually very hands-on, which is why I thought it would be a good idea to talk to you all about this topic. So once the second batch of the legislation is going to be adopted by the Ministerial Council of the Energy Community, that's soon on the 15th of December, it will need to be implemented. So then what will need to happen in Serbia and of the energy community is that the analysis of the legislation will need to, and a whole lot of lawyers will need to do some work and see whether some provisions are already present or not, and then how can they be implemented into the national law in Serbia. So there is going to be quite a lot of legislative work. And then, of course, to consider what will the consequences be on the operational level, right? Because it's not simply about the lawmaking, it's also about the fact that some things will need to be done differently from now on because of the consequences of these network codes and guidelines. So.
Thank you, Anna. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time to ask Anna whatever we want now, but you can always send them email and we will.
Yes, my email is down there, so if you're interested, let me know.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Volker Elskamp. He is a convener of Legal and Regulatory Group in NEÇE. He's also has master degree in law in Vrije University of Amsterdam, company lawyer and TSO, TenneT, Dutch National Electricity System Operator. I would like to present us.
Thank you very much, Eva. Well, first of all, I'm really delighted to this conference. As an NEÇE representative, I'm the current chair of the Legal and Regulatory Group. I would be happy to take any to emphasize that NSOE is not only consisting of quite a number of engineers cooperating together, but also lawyers and regulators. And for this, we have the legal and regulatory group. And there are not so many projects where the legal and regulatory group actually can take the lead in important developments. But this particular project on energy community was put under the lead of LRG because of the fact that this deals with legislation. And then challenge for NSOE and the TSOs is this huge legislative project of the EU, now expanding outside the EU through energy community as well, because what we're doing here is putting technical regulations in the law. And for that, lawyers and technicians need to understand each other, speak the same language. And if you don't speak the same language and you have court cases, on court there are also judges who are basically lawyers, they won't understand what we are doing. So and in our family, this is the main purpose of creating a family in NSOE, because we are all companies, but we are also all natural monopolists, and we don't compete with each other. So we consider ourselves more than just the reason why I'm very happy to be present here today in person. So what I would like to do with today, example of implementation. What does implementation actually entail? And for this, I have this case, and this case is the core reason for NSOE's existence, so to speak. What we do is to manage the interconnected grid. And for those who are not completely familiar with electricity system operations, at transmission system operations level, at TSO level, we balance the grid by looking at the frequency and maintaining the frequency of 50 Hertz and exactly 50 Hertz. We monitor the frequency, and we have set up a corporation for that for more than 20 years ago, and I'm coming back to that in a second or so. But the UCTE for a procedural and operation handbook where the TSOs comply with in order to maintain the frequency at 50 Hertz at all times. And when something happens and the frequency drops or the frequency rises, we have these procedures to bring it back to 50 Hertz. So that was the practice that we had. And then the European Commission came in, or the EU, better to speak, with the third package of energy measures in 2009. So in the first place, NSOE was created because of this third package. But the political aspirations were, because we had before the third package, of course, the second and the first package, but that were mainly dealing with disclosing markets, for making it possible to the liberalization of the markets, to speak, so to speak, in the broader sense. Package. The political aspirations went a little bit further, and that meant that also the timers for connection, for generation, for connecting generators and consumers but also for the system, were put in the law. And that is by means, as Anna just explains, of the network codes. So the basis of the network codes was set in the third energy package. And after that, with the of this package in March 2011, the TSOs had to speed up with organizing themselves to draft these codes. And that put the TSOs in a quite unique position, because it's not many times in many countries, basically private parties as TSO companies are the drafting seat for what has to become legislation. And so forward capacity allocation with the market code, TSCM just mentioned. And shortly after that, while already working on the connection codes, the codes with the connection requirements, also the system operational code being drafted. And originally we had 3 of them. Was the code on operational security, operational planning and scheduling, and load frequency control. And then a big debate broke out with European Commission, with ACER about these codes. And at some point, these 3 codes were merged into one code, and also basis was changed at that time. So this was no longer a network code, but a guideline for which there is a different basis in the electricity regulation at that time. The reasons to do that is that the TSOs in the drafting provided for a lot of secondary legislation under the code. So conditions and methodologies that should be developed there. And that was not to the liking of the European Commission, because the European Commission had the expectation that with the gas network codes, that everything that should be arranged should be put in the code directly. Now, there's one very important in system operations guideline. There's one very important delegation rule, and that's Article 118. Article 118 requires for within 12 months, I will come to the deadlines later perhaps, a common proposal for an agreement that binds together all the TSOs of the synchronous area in terms of operations. Area operation agreement is and but we already had one. And that's no coincidence, of course, because one of the founding, the predecessors of was the UCTE, with this operation handbook that we already had. So it's no surprise that the UCTE handbook was taken by the TSOs as a basis for this new SAFA agreement. And the SAFA stands for Synchronous Area Framework Agreement, because there were also a couple of other things that the TSO decided at the time. We decided not only to draft this SAWA, Synchronous Area Operation Agreement, but add a couple of things to it. And that was because a bit broader. So the UCTE came up with was an association that was created for the purpose of geographic extension of the synchronous area. So already right from the beginning, UCTE never looked at the EU. We looked at what we also call pan-European. So that included Serbia, for instance, so EMS, right from the start. If you look at the map of users, one of my favorite pictures, I must say, the colors could be a little bit brighter perhaps, but yeah, you can see how far it expands. So it includes, it's always fun to say, for Africa is also synchronized with continental Europe, and that's true. And the same applies for Turkey. But look at Eastern Europe, that is, it has been synchronized for many years already. So what is the European regulations do is more or less confirming legal code, what we already have established for in well, more than 20 years. I would say, correct me. And what we had to do is transpose agreements of the UCTE that we already had in this new and the SAFA. So this is the structure of the SAFA, and people who have ever looked at the operation handbook would immediately recognize the policies. So what's in the SAFA? First of all, a couple of the reason why we called it a framework agreement instead of just an operation is that we decided to put not only the structure of the UCTE multilateral agreement, the structure of the operation handbook on the SAFA, with a couple of extras, so to speak, but there were also a couple of rules that were not put in the system guideline, but in another network code, in the network code emergency and restoration. So we included them, and we included rules required by Article 50 and 51 of a completely other code, that's the electricity balancing code, because they deal with the common settlement rules for intended and exchanges of energy because of frequency differences that we have in the grid. So when we need to apply this frequency restoration process, that's a purely technical process, it comes with battle among TSOs. So connected parties don't see anything of what's happening here. That's purely between the TSOs, but it should be arranged for. EBGL, the electricity balancing guideline, requires that it's put in a methodology. So we put it in a methodology. How do you implement a methodology? You put it in an agreement and you comply with it. And that's the way we implement these methodologies. So interesting part in system operation guideline and in emergency restoration guideline, there are two other provisions that that require from TSOs to cooperate beyond the EU borders. Risk codes basically only apply within the European Union. Serbia is outside. There's no direct application of this regulation in any contracting party like Serbia, but it directly applies to the EU TSOs and to the EU member states, of course. And so these provisions require the TSOs to come to an agreement, so an agreement between, and if we don't comply with it, we can be fined. And that's always for me a very curious thing. So you are obliged to agree. What do you do if you don't really agree? Well, okay, we have solved that all, because we are this very close cooperating family of TSOs, and we managed to do that, and personally I'm quite proud of that. And so believe me, we had at the time we were drafting. So to come to this agreement, these agreements between EU TSOs and non-EU TSOs are also in the structure of the asynchronous area framework agreements. Here you see a list of the policies that we have, the technical procedures that I won't enter in questions about it. I will be happy to do so. But we also had a trick with the application of EU law and non-EU law. Because if a methodology that is included in the SAFA and agreed by the TSOs, and TSOs are committed to take them out, so they comply with it at all time, the EU TSOs will automatically EU legislation and therefore with the European Treaty for the functioning, the Treaty of the Function for the function of the EU, TFEU. But that all TSOs, because we have non-EU TSOs in the agreement as well. So what did we do? We separated this in part A, part B, part C, and part D is not really part of the policy, but because it only lists the exemptions and derogations from it for individual TSOs. So part A doesn't contain any content, just references to approved these under the network coding guidelines. Part B is a bit different. Part B is more or less the transposition of the text of the old policies in the UCT EMLA. These are the agreements that the TSOs need to make, but there is no NRA approval required. So the national regulatory authorities need not to take a decision to approve. And then we have, and that part C is merely not regulated. So on a voluntary basis, it's useful the way the TSOs operate the grid. A number of exemptions and derogations, and wait a second. And that I could mention here, I took an EMS example. I hope that I don't hear my confidentiality, but it's exemplary, so to speak, because the exemptions for EMS that it cannot enforce certain requirements for frequency containment restoring providing units, so generation units that provide for frequency on a very, very short notice within seconds. These units need to stay at the grid. That's a rule, as long as the frequency range 47.5 or 51.5 hertz. And this EMS could not commit itself to, because in the national regulation of Serbia, there was no rule that imposed this requirement on the generators. So EMS would never be able to enforce this from that party, and that's the best reason to provide for an exemption. Once to implementation, once we have, and this is my final slide, once we have this implementation trajectory that starts from December onwards to end of December next year, then and this rule is implemented in the national grid code, then this derogation can be resolved. And that is not the case you see that we still will have some gaps in full harmonization, so to speak. So what's going to happen next? We have to implement this. There's a difference in implementation within the EU and outside the EU, within energy community, because these are regulations. Currently, the new network codes and guidelines will be implementing acts or delegated acts under the European Treaty. But those regulations apply directly in the member state, and that's a big difference with contracting parties. So, one final thing is the final notice that I would like to make. It is important that we go along together, EU and non-EU, on this road to full harmonization. Be aware that access to markets depend on these technical capabilities. If we need to resource party decentralized that they can supply for balancing capacity and balancing energy, then we need to roll out these markets. And before we can roll out the balancing markets, we need to couple the day-ahead and intraday markets. And there we still have some work to do, let's put it this way. Thank you.
Thank you, Volker. You have enough time, you will delay on your plane. And just quick, I wanted to ask you, you are also a member of Dutch Energy Association, Law Association, and I wanted to know something about your association, but maybe it's much more important to stress important exemptions and derogations once again, and maybe to tell us what would be possibilities for energy community contracting parties, and in particular energy community TSOs, maybe, to deviate from strict implementation of the adapted regulation. What do you think?
Yeah, you're appealing to my conscience as a lawyer, because I need to say, as a lawyer, there's only compliance or non-compliance. But of course, in practice, that's not the way it works. It would be very useful, and that's also what we do. It's not always possible to comply with new regulation at the moment that the deadline is there. What can be done is to reach out to the NRAs, because the NRAs will be empowered to enforce the rules on the TSOs and on market parties. And what would be useful is about the roadmap to full compliance and full harmonization, because sometimes other things need to be implemented before you can comply with a certain technical rule. For instance, it's impossible to comply if the markets are not coupled yet, because the balancing market is actually dealing with the RIGI at the end of the day or the end of an hour of the intraday markets. So it would be very wise if we and also I believe European Union should be aligned with energy community, because what you cannot afford is that there are this in this harmonization. What we now do, the structure of most implementation projects start with a couple of TSOs that are most ready for market coupling. It was Central West Europe. First, we started to implement that. That was before flow-based implementation, by the way. Then we coupled those two. then we adhered Central East to it. That's now the core region, and then we attached the other regions to it. But be aware, because core region is already applying flow-based calculation methodology, which other regions are not able to get. So that gives a different tempo of implementation. Agree upon with the authorities. There's no other way in my mind.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to ask Rosetta Karova, our colleague from Energy Community Secretariat, tell us something about application of the EU measures addressing security of supply concerning the energy community. Rosetta is a known speaker here in UPS, and she is, I want to say that she is with experience in energy market liberalization and market design, decarbonization. She has degree in the European business law and PhD at the European University in Florence. We are waiting for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eva. Good afternoon from my side. I am very happy to be here again, and I have to say I cannot refrain from thanking the organizers for inviting me again. I really am personally somehow attached to UPS, not being a Serbian energy already. The idea behind UPS before it was established, it really makes me proud to see where it's going and how it's developing. I was thinking after listening from the beginning, all the presentations and the speeches, and then I thought, okay, people are touched because they're touching upon many of the aspects that I tried to say or I have put on the slides that I have shared yesterday. But now Anna and Foke have been zooming in so much into ensuring the technical security of the electricity grids. I'm actually happy to have this concluding and last presentation and to really zoom out and go back to where we started this morning and talk more in general and cover different measures for addressing the security in the energy community, so Serbia and the neighboring countries. And again, this slide is not new for most of the lawyers here or for most of the people present in the room, but this is something what Vincent started this morning, no? Saying that we have to take care of the energy trilemma. And we as energy lawyers, we very well know that the energy policy and also the energy law have always to have in mind the balance of these three objectives. So today we are having a dedicated conference on the security of supply, so on one aspect of it, but through the years, these three objectives have been interlinked, some of them more important or more prominently discussed over the years, such as the liberalization for some 20, 30 years, then the sustainability becoming an overarching objective, intertwined through all the policies that we are doing and through all the new legislation, and now we are really focusing on security. But it does not mean that the other objectives are not to be taken into account when new legislation is being drafted. And I think also Alexander earlier said, but also some of the other speakers, we should always have to have in mind the big picture going, if it's sustainability, or we are taking a path changing from that direction that we have taken. Why are we actually here? Why are we discussing this? There have been several slides showing prices, and here I have taken just few of them. On one, I compared the electricity price in few countries. The other one, I put a slide which is not the latest, it's until July, I believe, from relate to the gas one. But the upper one shows the prices only in Europe, and this energy crisis is not only relevant for the contracting parties or for Serbia, but this is a world energy crisis. So this is a global energy crisis. And it was said already today that indeed it has affected all the energy carriers, so energy, electricity, gas, oil, and so on. So starting from the EU, so the European Union, where we are, as it was said nicely by Anna, where we are taking our experience from, which rules are we implementing in the energy community. And I put it on purpose here. Where did and what did the EU do? Want to what was the energy crisis? If you now read the documents that were published earlier, even the first response from the European Commission with the toolbox, this was only relying on existing measures. There was no mentioning of price caps. There was no mentioning of intervention in prices. There was not a big talk about security of supply. It was only clear that the prices are going up. There were very few unfortunate nuclear power plants being under operation, high temperatures over summer, and so on. So nobody considered that this will actually be a long-lasting crisis. And it was said by some previous speakers that we are just at the beginning of it, so not even in the middle. So the European regulators have been publishing some assessments. And initially they have all been saying this is because of the gas spiking, because of the prices that are being set at the wholesale level in Europe. So we are responding, but there is no need for overhauling or like redesigning the electricity market. Then in March, the Repower EU came. I will be shorter than the speaker from the EU delegation. But I put here some of those documents that the communication on security of supply and affordable energy prices already in March. So after the war in Ukraine started, for the first time, the Commission mentioned intervention into the prices, price caps, selling of electricity below prices, and certain mechanisms that are not market ones. This communication did not reach a lot of attention, let's say, but then it was followed by the Repower EU plan. And this document, not only one response to one event, to one crisis. It's really about adopting new legislation, changes to renewables, energy efficiency, legal acts, directives, regulations, speeding up permitting. But also after this plan, several new legislative and many of them have already been adopted. As it was said, the EU is a big machinery, but when there is a crisis, it needs to respond, and it does that quickly. And I will show that we are also as energy community taking the steps to do that in one way or another with what we can. But before going into this, this for me is very interesting of EU energy law. So we have these titles, which you very well know, and these articles in the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union, Article 194. It's the one where it puts the energy trilemma or all the objectives. Emission directives have been adopted on this basis and several other acts. But what we are seeing now, it's a proliferation of acts under Article 122 of the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union. So here in Serbia, or going back to the neighboring contracting parties, this maybe does not change. But for the EU lawyers, such as Anna and Fokke, this is a very interesting development because these are all council regulations. There is no co-legislation, so there is no European Parliament involved. There is no unanimity needed, but they can be quickly adopted by the European Council with all these few EU objectives that have been mentioned several times. But let's start first with what was adopted on the basis of Article 194. This is the standard energy article, if you want, from the treaty, and this is the gas storage regulation. I don't want to repeat what previously was said, but this is one of the regulations that is actually adopted and is to be implemented in the energy community, including Serbia. Serbia has good store gas, and it's not been that difficult to fill them in. But see here the timeline. This regulation have been adopted in June 2022 in the EU. It has been already taken over by the Ministerial Council of the Energy Community and became binding for the contracting parties in September. And we have a deadline to adopt it, to implement it at national level, the process that Anna nicely explained, by the end of the year. So then this becomes binding for the contracting parties as well. And it's not only about filling in the storages, it's also how you operate the storages. There is a full new procedure about certifying the storage. There is a full procedure in which the Energy Community Secretariat is to be involved, and so on. So this is, let's say, an interesting reading and something to get into done. Then another response to the crisis. Here we start with Article 122 Council regulations, and this is the one adopted and more applicable, let's say, to the markets. But still, due to a lot of responses from the EU member states in a huge debate at European level, do not propose changes of the market itself or the functioning of the market. It didn't have any direct intervention into how the electricity market price is set in the EU. What it did propose was demand reduction, the cap on the revenues, some retail measures, and contribution from fossil fuels. And this was already mentioned, the windfall profits and so on earlier today. What is the community? Dirk saved me the time not to go through the measures that have been taken by our contracting parties, because you heard about them, but we have been looking into them by the Secretariat. So I have been analyzing service obligations, colleagues of mine have been analyzing them from a state aid point of view, and these measures are not that different than what kind of crisis measures are being taken in the member states. Some of them indeed raise concerns about compliance, and it's not that everything is compliant or not. It's really, especially with the public service obligations, it's a decision to be taken on a case-by-case basis. So it's really a lot of persuasion and a lot of discretion of the member states, but also of the contracting parties, to adopt a decision to impose a public service obligation on someone. In most of the measures, so there has been a lot of financial support granted. I mean, we have heard also the EU is now giving grants, measures that have been mentioned, 165 million for Serbia. This is not only for EU, I mean, this is part of a bigger package, 1 billion that will go to all the Western Balkan 6 countries. So for instance, North Macedonia is getting 80 million, I think, and so on. So this is to respond to this. But what we saw is that not many of these measures have gone beyond to what is necessary to perform a service of public interest. These have all been just filling in the gaps in order not to put the burden too much on the energy companies. But what we saw is indeed, or it's justified aid. Still, what we saw is that sometimes that financial support to the energy companies is not sufficient. And while in the EU, you have obligations being imposed, and even in the acts saying, the European Union is saying there can be selling for electricity below. The suppliers, the companies need to be reimbursed for that. This should not be on the burden of the energy companies. What we are seeing in the energy community, and this I think we have heard through a few presentations, is that there is a lot of burden on the energy companies. So we are sector just because many of them are incumbents, many of them are state-owned, and if it's state-owned company, then the state considers that its costs should not be fully covered, let's say. It can take, but then how do we expect them to reform? How do we expect them to take? So if we move from this, here I will not spend time because this regulation is already adopted on the basis of Article 122 in the EU, but it is not applicable to the energy community. Of course, in summer is energy in winter, or the cheapest energy is the one that we are not using and spending. This is really something to inspire demand reduction, not only in the EU, but to consider in the energy community contracting parties as well. And the last slide and a bit of concluding, mentioning again the EU energy platform. So this is yet another, so third, and actually there are two on this slide, two more proposals. One is already adopted council regulation on the basis of Article 122, and another one that just came out 2 days ago on 22nd of November is another proposal for a council regulation. This one deals with coordination, better coordination of gas purchases and exchange of gas across borders. Why am I mentioning this? Because today was explained earlier how this works or how it's expected to work in the EU, but this is a mechanism that is open to the contract. So this is a mechanism contracting parties, including Serbia, can participate. They have been invited, even though are not part of this legislation, and this legislation is not transposed in the energy community. Still, the contracting parties are taking part in these meetings. We as a secretariat are also present there. And there are benefits of it, because this will then accelerate and facilitate the gas contracting. It will help the smaller players to find better offers for gas. So this is something, this demand aggregation and joint gas purchasing is something that we in the energy community are invited to participate to. And the latest act, which is not relevant for the energy community, but it is interesting. 2 days ago, it came to the European Commission for direct intervention into the price of gas. So it's a price cap. I mean, that exists in several other, at national level. So for instance, in Ukraine, we have price caps to the electricity market since its very beginning. But this is done at European level. There are the member states, what I have been, because the proposal did not pass the council at full, but the member states are divided. Some of them, such as Netherlands and Germany, are saying we are absolutely against, we don't want any intervention into the prices, whereas others are thinking, this is a joke from the Commission, the target is so high, this 275 of a cap plus additional criteria, this will never be reached. It's better if it's not there. But we will see what will happen, and we will see whether this cap will reach actually intervention into the price setting. So I don't have a concluding slide besides my but I think these few slides have shown that it is a time when we are discussing security of supply. There have been many measures being taken very quickly, very swiftly in the European Union. We are responding in the energy community, sometimes with delay, sometimes as front runners with certain measures. And I have to say we are not doing that very badly. It's just important to stay the course, decarbonization, and where we have started to go, not to forget the big objective, but of course we all have to rely on what we have at home, of how much availability we have to support the energy system, and indeed to continue the reforms. So thank you very much. I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Rosetta, for precious presentation, as always. Republic of Serbia, according to situation, determining some crisis measures. You analyze not only ours in Serbia, but in all other contracting parties. What do you think? What do secretariats, you also have some conclusions in secretariat about those measures. What do you think? What's your recommendations? Do we did on the right way?
Thanks, Eva, for the question. Indeed, we were looking into this. We have published a few pages just as a summary on the website. one thing, the Secretariat have not been, in most of the times, notified even about these measures. So the measures that we have been analyzing were collected by ourselves. So we have been requesting this, even though there is a legal basis. So as Article 3 is requiring the Electricity Directive and the Gas Directive is requiring the contracting parties, including Serbia, to notify the Secretariat. So this maybe should change. And this would save a lot of time also to the institutions or to the national governments when designing these measures. They can ask for support, they can ask for advice. Another thing is look into the deadlines and be brave to reconsider the measures. I mean, that is what is happening in the member states, but also in our countries. So for instance, North Macedonia has taken few measures last year. They have been very time limited. So there have been PSOs imposed on certain market players for 2. And this is good because then you can learn, you can see whether it's needed to extend them. Don't set, and this has happened in some other contracting parties where they have had PSO measures imposed for a couple of years or so. So this is a long time. It's a crisis and things are changing every day. I mean, now the prices are not as in the summer, let's say. So there can be rethinking. There have been some interesting measures like trade margin relations. That is something easy to implement. It was compatible with the WTO rules. So there have been not so much direct intervention, but there were also some countries which decided then to implement really obligations on the certain market players for supply of electricity to the system operators. So disabling the system operators to find a better offer, but being obliged to buy from certain market players in the country. But hey, how can I say that that's wrong when this was done when I was going to the airport, I was reading about the Romanian measures, yet again being changed. And there they have a full single buyer now in place, purchase and selling of electricity. So this is a crisis through which we are all going. The regional cooperation, the regionally agreed harmonized measures and steps being taken or to be taken, new commitments now coming in the Ministerial Council in December, energy package that will really enable us to couple the markets, so really will put enable with a legal basis and legally make it possible. But also there will be 20 adopted. So there will be a legal commitment from the contracting parties in addition to the commitments politically being set in the Western Balkan Summit a few weeks ago. So taking seriously these commitments that we are signing up to, thinking about how to do it regionally, this is, let's say, the way to go.
But as I already said, we don't have other option than to work jointly on solving those problems. I want to thank all the other speakers again, and now I would like to ask Mr. Miloš Kuzman. He's also member of UPS and senior upstream advisor in Naft Industrija Serbia, just to once again tell us what he had learned today.
Good afternoon. Many thanks, Eva, for the nice introduction. And first, I would like to thank you because you were a great moderator. First time, it's like, who knows, like 5th or 6th times, and we are doing together this like for a long time ago. So I hope that we will like do it a couple of years more, let's say 10, 20. What to say? Well, this second time, we're trying to find what we'll do with the security of supply. 2 words and many questions and many responses. Everybody of you here, not only for you, for us here. So first was Mr. Kup. He told us, okay, energy charter treaty needs to be changed. We need to modernize it. There's debate about it. We still have some preliminary solutions. This is great. But at the end, we have a mechanism, which is a little bit complicated to change it in a short period of time. So let's see what we'll do about it. My opinion is we need to do so. Not to make it more modern, but to make it, let's say, these difficult times. To make it more responsible to the current situations in energy sector we are dealing with. That's why I think that actually will be in the shortest period of time done. We will have some results, and the Energy Charter Treaty, that's the Secretariat and all the people dealing with will do the great job, and well, we're doing a great job in the future. Then we have the Ms. Butenko from NEÇE, and we heard a lot interesting things about the history of NEÇE and what the NEÇE is doing now. TSOs are all around us, let's say in the whole Europe. 30 or something members you already have, 39 as I heard, and you're expected to have them more under the rules which you have there. Not everybody could be a member. And this is really important because like when you reach all that steps and be a member of the group, then you will be able to respond to the also security of supply questions and be the active member and active participant in all the changes are staying in front of us, let's say. And I'm a little bit of idealist, so I think the NEÇE is doing a really great job, and I hope one day in 50 years, maybe we'll have some global NEÇE with all the world. So only then we'll be able to say, yes, we are able to secure the supply question. We're able to control things, okay, together with the other participants. But that could be the ideal solution. I hope one day we'll see that. Mr. Elskamp was telling us something about SAFA, and he also told us the history, how we came to the SAFA. Also the importance of SAFA policies. I will just go to coordination of operational planning and data exchange, and we could actually put it in the topic we have today, which is security of supply. If we have SAFA implemented, whenever we want to implement it at this moment, then the security of supply question and response will be more accurate, I would say. And not only SAFA, also go back to the things Ms. Butenko were telling us, that everything was what the NEÇE is doing and will do in the future will bring us to the, I will say, the brighter energy future. I will use that word now. And then Ms. Karova, yes, I will agree what she said, and I'm talking about it now, big picture we need to see all around us. And big picture, why we need to be common of the things are going around, because of the flexible answers, because of the way we need to find to adapt quickly to all these situations we have around us. And I will say that in the last couple of months, I will not say years, because the things are happening daily. Because all of the things we heard on the first and the second panel, we need to do so. Energy community is a great job there. Energy and like the whole energy union, like in the policies we saw like in the last months are a way that, yes, they are good, they are flexible, we are doing the right thing, but if we have like patience in the energy market, so could we do that quickly? Let's do it as we can. And we will do a great job then. That will be my let's say, final message on this panel. Look, I told, including the first panel, that we need to work a lot. I'll say yes, we need to work a lot, but also in this situation, energy situations we have here day by day, we need also to react quickly, be more flexible. Most important to think out the box day by day. Thank you.
Želim da pozovem gospođu Branislavu Lepotić-Kovačević tu da završi današnji skup. Pozdravim rečima.
Hvala Iva. Zahvaljujem se svima što ste došli. Thank you everyone that you arrive here and stay here. Thank you for our speakers so much that you arrived here in Serbia to speak about these amazingly important issues. Thank you, Iva, for moderating very well, and Milos for very good conclusion. And I would like to say something very similar as our speakers on lessons learned. Supply is amazingly important, not now, every time, but now we especially care about security of supply. Rule of law is a tool how we can support secure supply in energy. As Angelika and Miller said, we have to work hard and work quickly, flexible, and in time every day. Thank you, and please, I would like to conclude this conference. See you next year, and please, there is a lunch, and please.
Just before lunch, we have some surprise for you here.
Wow.
Before lunch, I have another duty. I'm also a member of the Dutch Association for Energy Law, and I got on board of that. The board was not able to go to Serbia today to attend this conference, but the board assured me that UPAS members are sincerely invited to visit us one day, and that would be especially when we are organizing our own annual conference, the European Energy Law Seminar in The Hague. It will be organized in the autumn, but the date has not yet been set. In the meanwhile, I was asked by the president of the chairwoman of NEVER, of the Dutch Energy Law Association, to provide you with the warmest regards and with a little token of appreciation. This is the European Energy Law Report that we almost yearly publish with the contributions from the energy, the EELS, the European Energy Law Seminar. So on behalf of Professor Marta Roggenkamp, to you, Bratislava.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, most welcome in the autumn, and that's okay.
Thank you, Pocket. Thank you for this. I am so happy and so proud for this. That means that we are really recognized, and this is very important. And of course, knowledge and conferences is one part, and our friendship and the connection with lawyers from all over, I would like to say the world, because there is no border really if people like to speak each other and to be a company. And thank you, Pocket, to remind to us and to help us to be much bigger and stronger. Thank you, and send regards to Professor Roggenkamp. Ljudi, poslužite se.